Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live with a very busy schedule today. We'll start off with who's in studio is the one and only Shy Girl, our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart. How are you?
Good morning, all.
And of course, we have our senior market strategist joining us as usual. I'm already ready for this morning's Edge Report. Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Dally. Good morning, Shy. It is certainly a glorious day here. We are looking forward to it.
Jimmy's so positive every day. I love it.
I know.
And good morning, chat. We always have a wonderful chat as well. I hope all of you are doing well this morning. It's hump day, so that means it's Kane and Jason Shapiro, Crowded Market Report. Look forward to those two every week. We got Daniel Lacalle.
Yep, we have Daniel Lacalle. He's a PhD economist, a chief economist at Strategist. He's also a professor and a best-selling author. So he's a great guy. One
of my favorite follows on Twitter. I've listened to him on Spaces many times. I actually think I was in the Spaces with him before. I'm not sure. It was probably with you.
Yep.
Really like him and can't wait to speak with him. Of course, in the afternoon, we have the Order Flow Labs crew. We got XYZ. We got Nick for a Tick. We've got Pharm and Tanya this morning as well. And the biggest guest of the day, CEO of NinjaTrader.
Yes.
11 a.m. Eastern. Following Kane, I will be on with Marty Franchi to talk about all things NinjaTrader. And I'm sure we'll be bringing up some stuff with Kraken as well. So I'm really looking forward to that today with Marty. But let's get to the markets first because that's what we do here, right? And we've got a lot of guests, but we're going to talk about markets first. So first things first, flat. I mean, just not a lot going on overnight. I mean, there's really nothing of any, major move. Natural gas is up 1%. Aside from that, everything is pretty flat. Any headlines?
So we have, there are some items that we should go over this morning. First, we have a OPEC Plus meeting today. There are going to be 3 meetings that'll start at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. So there'll be a lot of crude oil posts out, I am sure, of rumors, but they have 3 meetings today. They have the JMMC, followed by OPEC Ministerial, and then the OPEC Plus Ministerial. And so we will see what is going on. They're going to provide an update on baseline assessments and compensation and compliance. We will not get, in this particular meeting, we will not get an answer on whether they are going to raise July production or not. That meeting is on June 1st. So, but that is today, so there will be a lot of headlines. Of course, we have NVIDIA today reporting after the bell at 4:20 p.m. Overnight, we did have some news in Japan. Japan had a lackluster bond sale, and they're saying that this risks fueling volatility in global debt markets entirely. So their 30-year yield jumped 10 basis points following that auction. As their bond curve starts to get a little wonky, we're going to see that rippling throughout the global market. So we'll talk to Daniel about that a little bit. And then the other headline out of Japan was BOJ's bond holding paper losses hit record after rate hikes. So we'll talk a little bit about that and what that means. Again, it's just paper losses, but we'll talk to Daniel about that. I think markets are kind of in this pause and wait. We have FOMC minutes today at 2 p.m. Now, they are month-old minutes, but for some reason, the market always expects something out of it, and potentially that could be a market mover. Now, we won't be on air at that time, but Jimmy and I will go over that before we start hot commodities at 2:30.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, so I think it's really going to come down to NVIDIA today. All this news, you can see that the tape is telling you all you need to know. The tape gives you all the information you need, right? If I wake up and didn't know some of these things overnight, there's nothing driving price. That's the one thing I try to accomplish every morning with you and Jimmy is there something that's driving price that's beyond the technicals? And right now we're just not seeing that, right, Shai? Basically, we are in this moment of kind of wait and see. And I think the market rightfully so should be waiting for NVIDIA. I mean, the minutes are probably going to be a market mover just because it'll probably be a doldrum until then. But nonetheless, check it off on your time and put a horizontal or vertical line there. Sorry, on your chart to make sure you know that it's coming out, so you're not into something when that news does hit. Because I do think it will probably move us. But also some rolls today, Jimmy. I wanted to get into that. I mean, this morning I turned on Ninja and there was a bunch of new contracts. We are in the midst of rollover. We haven't really talked much about that. We are coming up to June,
Right.
which is kind of crazy already. So Jimmy, what rolls did we have today? And then what do we got really we're in this next couple weeks, a lot of things are rolling over.
Yeah, the big one is the treasuries. The treasury complex is all rolling from June to STEP. The 30-year right now, if you look at the volume anyway, the STEP is taking the lead now. We did about 79,000 contracts overnight, whereas the June's only at 69,000. Their ratio is going to, of course, swing over to the SEP throughout the day and in tomorrow. So that's true for the 10-year, the 5-year, the 2-year. So all of those are kind of rolling over. Stock index futures, we're not quite there yet. We got some room to go. We're still trading in the June contract in the stock index futures, but notably, it was a low volume morning. When I woke up this morning, E-mini S&P front month was trading at about barely 70,000 contracts. Right now, it's traded about 95,000 contracts overnight. So to your point, it's been a kind of a slow and sleepy morning. And then the other one that's going to roll is currencies as well. I don't think we're there yet, but they're literally a lot of red on the currency board, but it's little red. It's a mini red. So the dollar's up a little bit, but nothing to set my hair on fire right now.
Yeah, and good morning again, everyone in chat. We got two of my guys in here. We got Pax and Merritt in here today. Merritt talks about gold and Zion rolling.
Gold
he
rolling.
He said he went to Q, which is August,
Yep.
on gold. I always think it's important to know your months. A lot of people come into futures and they don't know all the different months. I mean, that was something that we had to learn early on. I remember I had to take a test when I was a runner on the trading floor, a paper test, about all the different months that there are. And people don't really know because a lot of there's probably no other networks that are going to be talking about rollover in gold and treasuries besides us, which is why we're here. But ultimately understand, treasuries are quarterly, you've got commodities are monthly, and it's important to stay on top of that because you want to be in the front month.
Yeah, and then there's some oddball ones that are like every other month, which is gold. So, and I'll put, when we're done, I'll put the contract month codes in the chat just in case anybody does not know them.
Got it. No, I appreciate that. And again, when you look at this tape this morning, again, it does feel like wait and see mode. It was funny. I was talking with, Merritt yesterday. He did a great job. Obviously, he does as usual during the intraday stuff. But we talked about kind of that hidden bias that comes into play right now as we get into kind of this dreaded move higher. I put that in my morning note to where when we look at the markets right now, the markets are just grinding higher. And it's hard, I think, for a lot of traders that have been holding on to a hidden bias to accept this new reality. And we've kind of been in this new reality for a while now, but acceptance is not easy as traders. A lot of traders continue to either want to fight the trend or they come in intraday. They're short-term traders and they're trying to fight what the markets are giving us. And as Jimmy noted, it's a very slow time again. It's again hard to believe we're kind of getting into summer markets. We've got rollover. We've got NVIDIA highlighted coming out, which I think it should move the tape after the close today. I don't know what is expected with that move today. It's pretty substantial. I think it was like 6 or 7%. If not more.
Yeah, is what options pricing is in. So we will find out.
Yeah, and you got to expect that's going to move the NASDAQ. But again, when you get in these changes of environments, for day traders is, I think it's so important. Pretty much always. But right now, stay true to your process. Stay true to what your preparation is. Don't overtrade this tape. And accept what the market environment is. We don't have... it's interesting because we went from such a news-driven market, and even this weekend, news drove us higher. But look what happened intraday. The markets, again, it's taking every small little bit of good news and running with it higher. It just tells you that there's an underlying bid in the tape. And, for me as an intraday trader, when I was intraday trading, I would notice that and say I'd probably favor longs a little bit more than shorts. And don't overstay your welcome with a short. Look at it again this morning and look at the tape in the NASDAQ and the S&P. They try to keep it lower and it just squeezes back up. The thing is it's impressive. And I'm sure we'll be getting into levels later with Pharm. But I want to go back to you, Jimmy. When we look at the tape right now, gold did roll, and when you look at gold this morning, and I pull it up on the daily, it's still in this holding pattern. Metals, platinum, I talked about how I was in that position. I've since gotten out of it. It's just trying to grind higher, but metals right now have been in somewhat of a holding pattern. Anything you're seeing that's catching your eye in any of the metals, or even talking about treasuries as well as we get into rollover with them?
Yeah, I mean, gold is I'm bullish on gold right now just from the chart. We have that ADMA that crossed over a few days ago over that 21. Stochastics are just, gently sloping up toward that 80 level right now. We do have an inside bar if you just kind of measure inside bars by the bodies of the candle right now, so a baby body of a candle right now. But we've been walking along that 8 EMA for 6 days now, and that's kind of positive as well because you see that separation between the 8 and the 21. I do feel like this market wants to pop up again, but right now it's kind of waiting to see how it reacts to everything else across the board here. So that's the story on gold. I also feel just kind of moving over to the treasuries, and I'll talk more about this in the Edge report. Keeping our bonds are unchanged. The September bonds are unchanged. The June bonds are unchanged. This has been a case where we hit a double bottom dating back from January. Yields now are underneath. Cash yields this morning were under that 5% threshold that everyone freaks out about. I think it was 4.982 this morning when I checked. It seems like there's a little bit of stability. We had that auction yesterday that some folks thought went really well. I thought it was okay. I didn't think it was really well, but it got a lot of positive press.
Got it. Shai, any data today?
So yeah, for data, quiet day today, we have Dallas Fed services activity, Richmond Fed manufacturing index, Texas service sector outlook, all at 10. Not really market moving because these are kind of regional indexes. And then, of course, the big one today is the 2 p.m. FOMC minute. Again, they're month old. For some reason, the market still likes to listen to them.
It's funny. The market, especially in bull markets, it loves old data, and it loves the good news that's not really good news. Yeah. So it's like, okay, let's get focused on that today. Gold, I think, should be a market mover on the minutes. I think all markets will be a mover, but I really be interested to see what gold is doing. It isn't a holding pattern. It has been for some time. I'd be curious to see if it drives any action. And of course, the bond market. Those are the two markets I will be watching. I think equities, they might be a little bit reactive off of what happens in the bond market or the gold market, but those are the two markets. If you're trading them today, I think that's where we likely see the most activity coming off of the minutes. And again, as I said, after the close today, NVIDIA. So with Danielle coming up, let's preview that a little bit, Shai. What are some things we're going to be talking about with Danielle?
Daniel, I want to talk about definitely what's going on in Japan. I want to talk about, the bond market there. What effect does that have across the global bond markets? And, I think we should talk about sovereign debt because that's been a big issue. People are waiting for some sovereign debt crisis. And so kind of want to talk to him about that. And of course, tariffs.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what he thinks about this overall market environment. Like I said, I think he's one of the best in the business. And I'm really excited to speak with him. What I want to talk to him about is just how he kind of sees things panning out, right? Because we've gotten into this moment where everything is on pause. The market is so held by pauses now, right? We still, again, have no clarity. I'd like to see what someone thinks about how things actually kind of unravel here and what the market, is. I think the market is anticipating almost all good news coming out of this, and we know that that's not likely to be the case. So I'm curious to see what he thinks the market what we may get versus what the market is possibly anticipating here. So we'll probably start off with that. But before we get Danielle in here, we're going to go to this morning's Edge Report with Jim Cagnina. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, well, let's keep talking about bonds since we already started doing that. We have this kind of trend channel down that kind of started back in the April 3rd, early April. We hit that double bottom that we already mentioned, and that was at a 110 handle. Right now, we're at a 112, almost 112 half handle right now with a nice buyer's wick kind of pushing up this candle inside bar so far. But we're trying to stay out of that trend channel. We're trying to stay above that 8 EMA, which could be positive. We also have the stochastics are kind of arcing up pretty nicely here over the last couple of days. We're in the middle of the territory there right now with some separation going on between the two lines. Intraday, we have some targets here that are kind of interesting. We have that 0 DTE gamma wall, 0 DTE resistance level at 112 half or 112 16 30 seconds, which is framing the top of the conversation. Previous sessions highs are a little higher, 112 21, and beyond that we have R1 and a call resistance level up around 113 even. On the downside, we have a high vol level kind of framing the bottom of the conversation, which is where we traded at the bottom of the London initial balance, right around that 112 even level. Before that, this Mentor Q one-day min, don't rule this one out. I love Mentor Q one-day mins and bonds. 111.21 is what we're shooting for there. Just moving over to the stock index futures. Interestingly enough, we're pretty close to the recent highs, right? We're less than 1% away from the recent high. Recent high close was 59.82 half. And then that recent high wick the next day was 59.93 half. Market loves to try to get attracted to these things and hit it. We're still about 3.86% off the all-time highs, but it's been an amazing rally. I mean, you got to admit, we started back here in April 21st, and it was just pretty much a nice move up, and it's not over yet, I don't think. Stochastics are right at that 80 level. Intraday, we have some great targets as well. We have yet another call resistance, a 0 DTE call resistance gamma wall at 59.50. Nice even number right now. Really small range though. We only had about a 25 handle, 26 handle range, high to low overnight, and that makes sense given the low volume that we're seeing overnight in a lot of these markets. So yeah, we tried to break out a little bit here, but VWAP is going to be interesting today. This is the session VWAP. I have that white line there. Right now we're trading above it, suggesting buyers maybe have a little bit of an edge. On the downside, we had a really small London initial balance with the low being at 59.23. Next step down for the bears is 59.14. That's that pivot level, and then Jax 4 is down at 59.10, and below that there's Jax 1 at 59 even as well. So there's a lot of targets both up and down in the E-mini S&P. If we break out of this range today, I don't know, maybe it's going to take the FOMC minutes to do that too. Who knows? Let's pivot over to gold really quickly here. As Deli pointed out, we're in August. Right now, and we already looked at this daily chart. We understand the moving averages are arcing up right now. We're dancing along that 8 EMA that we already talked about, but we have some really nice intraday levels as well. Especially framing the top of the conversation is that Jax 1 level, Mentor Q Jax 1 level, 33.50, right? We traded up there, we tested it, we sent a probe above it, couldn't last, and kind of sold back off toward the bottom of the London initial balance, and that's approximately 33.32.9. You could round that up to 33.33. On the upside, though, if we do continue our move up, we have that Jax 3. We have a blind spot 4, another Mentor Q level. That's approximately 33.60. And then that one-day max at 33.68. Doesn't mean it's going to stop there. Doesn't mean it could go past that, but that's a target. Secret sauce there for Mentor Q again. R2 above that, 33.77. And then the ultimate 0 DTE call resistance and gamma wall at 33.80. On the downside, again, the pivot would be a target in my mind. 33.10 is the daily pivot. And below that, Jax 2 is tracking 33 even on the downside. So a lot of targets in gold too, relatively small range as well. And let me just see if I have my Bitcoin. We got the Bitcoin chart up right now, super resistant, super strong right now. We're still above my 107, 470 line in the sand. That's support right now. It used to be resistance. And look at these moving averages, just arcing nicely straight up. Stochastics have been overbought, but don't worry about that. We do have a couple of baby candles back to back, so a little bit of consolidation. This is coiling, as Tracy would say, like a spring. And then we have some intraday levels as well. Pivot defined the top of the conversation at 110, 265, and there's some targets above as well. JAX 1 is at 111, 111,000 even. And then on the downside, we have JAX 4 at 109,000 even, and then S1. So there's some targets with the Bitcoin as well. That is today's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. And we are now joined by Daniel Lacalle, Chief Economist at Tracy, and of course, best-selling author and one of my favorite follows on Twitter. What a pleasure to have you here today. Thank you so much for joining us.
What a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much, Anthony, and thank you so much, Tracy. It's a great, great, great opportunity and a great pleasure. I was really looking forward to this.
You know, one thing I will say, I've followed you for a lot of years, and you are always so positive too, right? I mean, in terms of your attitude, and I really appreciate that in this business. And I always just love hearing you speak and talk about the markets. And today we come in, you know, this market environment, that's what we try to talk about here every morning, is like what's going on in the overall market for traders to digest. And you know, it's so interesting because we go from a time where the market was probably overreacting, maybe not, but likely overreacting to a lot of tariff news, right? Because uncertainty, you know what was going on, prices were getting driven much lower in equities. Bonds also took off to the downside, rates screaming, maybe a strong term, but relatively higher. Now we all of a sudden get the markets, even the slightest bit of good news, and I would debate that it's even good news, some of this stuff, it's a pause, and the market takes it and runs with it higher. Bond markets now all of a sudden have found a bid. They can't seem to go much lower. Gold seems to be in a holding pattern. So we go from a bit of a chaotic period of time to like where we are now, and it really is a massive shift. What are your thoughts on this market environment?
Well, I think that market participants are looking for any excuse to buy, and I think that it's pretty obvious. You said it before while I was waiting, and I think that it's so clear that people want to hold on to any positive news because ultimately we have been looking at a lot of headlines and news, but very few of them really affect the way in which we have to look at markets, which is what is happening on the monetary side and what is happening on the corporate side. No? So I think that in terms of what I see in the market right now is virtually one bet, no? Is that monetary insanity is going to go through the roof in the next 18 to 24 months. What is happening in bonds, what is happening in gold, what is happening in Bitcoin, and what is happening in equities, all of those things actually suggest that market participants are actually starting to understand that there's absolutely no stopping to money supply growth, and that there is no way in which all these problems that are starting to accumulate in Japan and in France and in other sovereign debt issuers, all of those are only going to be solved one way. So any piece of good news is an opportunity to buy, even, as you said beautifully prior, even if it is old news. It doesn't even matter if we're talking about a print that is talking about what happened last month. If people say, wow, you'll see when GDP comes. No, so and the reason for it is actually that a lot of people got caught in the level of extreme pessimism that was created with the tariff tantrum. I call it the tariff tantrum, because everybody started suddenly to believe in one thing and the opposite at the same time. You started to hear people, oh gosh, tariffs are going to destroy the U.S. consumer, and at the same time they're going to destroy the exporters. What the hell are you talking about? It's either one or the other, no? So we had these conflicting, all the time, ridiculous sort of sell now, shoot first, and ask questions later type of behavior from market participants. But immediately, everybody understood that that was going to lead to some sort of negotiation, and that the ultimate outcome of all of this is going to be pretty much the same thing that we had in September, which is low growth, persistent inflation, countries continuing to increase debt and increase government spending, very difficult to curb debt, and therefore money supply growth is the driver. This is what gold is showing. That's why gold is not declining. Gold should have plummeted in an environment in which stocks rose so rapidly. It didn't. Bitcoin is also showing us that things are not as let's say robust in terms of monetary challenges. So all those things basically come to the reality that investors need to find a way to shelter themselves from inflationary pressures, considering inflation as the decrease, in purchasing power of the currency. No, so I think that all of those elements tell us that the reason why markets like any piece of positive news and don't react anymore, or at least react very, very vaguely. Think about what happened on Friday. Sorry that I extend myself, but I found it fascinating. On Friday, you get the news that President Trump is going to put a 50% tariff on the European Union, and everybody was thinking, it's time to buy. No, I remember clients telling us, I think it's time to buy, isn't it? I said, okay, fair enough. Two weeks ago, you used to say that it's time to sell everything. So I think that that's basically what's happening, is that people are starting to understand the negotiation process. They're starting to understand the inflationary outcome, and they're starting to understand that we're basically moving in a very similar environment of secular stagnation with persistent inflationary pressures.
And I wanted to talk a little bit about Japan, because it seems to be very important right now, particularly their bond market. So can you talk a little bit about what's going on in the Japan bond market and what this means for kind of global debt and bond markets?
I think that what's happening in Japan is a reminder of what already happened in 2022, no? Which is that bond investors are tired of losing money. And we just saw the print of, I saw the headline, the losses at the Bank of Japan are enormous, record level of paper losses, but still loss making. No, same with the Federal Reserve, same with the European Central Bank. All of this is the hangover of a period in which we were told, obviously we all know here that that is not the case, but we were told that debt doesn't matter, that governments can issue all the debt that they want, that as long as the central bank is supporting issuers, there is not going to be any significant increase in bond yields. All of that is gone with the poster boy of Keynesianism, which is Japan, the country of endless debt. Well, not endless, no? So what we are seeing is simply that investors are readjusting their expectations to the reality of governments that are completely unable to adjust their fiscal imbalances, and that they're going to continue to increase debt, and therefore the solvency and the confidence in the solvency of those issuers is declining, and is declining in Germany, which suddenly decided to go all in on the France recipe, which is obviously not going to help any in terms of their debt. So all those things are basically showing that bond investors, although most bond investors believe that inflation is not going to be elevated in the next 30 years, they do believe that the ability of issuers to repay their debt is going to be more challenging, and therefore demand that extra kick, from those bonds, in order to at least have nominal profits. So that comes back to the same point that we were mentioning before, is that what's the only solution that these governments and these issuers are going to find to try to reduce the risks? It's going to come mostly from the decision to continue to print money to increase money supply growth.
Do you think, I know like the Federal Reserve is on this, wait and see. We don't know about tariffs, what inflation they're going to cause, how this is going to affect the labor market, and so on. But what do you see the Fed doing, and do you think that they are forced to go back to QE? Because we know that if you look at the new bill, the beautiful bill going through the Senate right now, is going to add $3.8 trillion in debt over the next 10 years. So where does that leave the Fed? What place do you think they're at right now?
Well, the Fed is like the Bank of Japan, the European Central Bank, and the Bank of England. These are monetary authorities that don't pay any attention to monetary aggregates, which is insane. And therefore, they're talking about inflation and growth, looking at things that have absolutely nothing to do with inflation or growth. Tariffs don't cause inflation. If tariffs caused inflation, China would have hyperinflation. Makes no sense, no? Tariffs don't mean more units of currency in the system. They may mean a readjustment of those units of currency in the system. They may create other significant challenges, but not inflationary pressures. And people are basically led by the Fed in its minutes and by central banks to think that individual prices are the same as aggregate prices. Absolutely not. If tariffs caused inflation, and if the impact of tariffs went directly to the price of final goods, being an entrepreneur, being a business would be the easiest thing in the world. You just basically have to pass to consumers your costs, and that is obviously not the case. And supply chains are very complex. No, a lot of people talk about, but it's going to be the exporters, it's going to be the consumers. Between the exporter and the consumer, in an average supply chain, there is at least 10 stops. So there's a lot of elements in that supply chain that may absorb part of those tariffs. And obviously, we also know that the tariffs are implemented as a negotiation tool. All these things are showing that the Fed's decision to hold rates is as wrong as the decision to cut rates in September, which was obscene in my view, because there was absolutely no reason to cut rates in September. They should have cut rates now, because now is when you do see the slowdown in economic growth. You see the slowdown in some of the leading indicators, etc. And obviously you also see that consumers and credit card debt, and for example, also the level of refinancing of small business debt, all those elements would certainly be supported by a rate cut. But the Fed is thinking of things that make absolutely no sense, which is, obviously they are now, I'm sure that we will read tonight, they will say, there is no inflationary pressure yet, but we will have to wait and see. What do you have to wait and see? Look at monetary aggregates. Monetary aggregates are telling you that money supply is growing, but velocity of money is plummeting because government spending is declining by 5% in the first quarter. It's probably going to be about 7.5% in the second. So what that tells us is that you have a completely different environment than what the Fed is looking for. And I think that in any case, and coming back to your point about the budget, the first thing that I don't agree about the way the people have made their assessments about the big beautiful bill, as they call it, is the idea that ceteris paribus is going to increase massively debt. It does not consider any type of multiplier effect of tax cuts in terms of investment, in terms of consumption, and in terms of growth. But leaving that aside, what I think is that the Federal Reserve will have to resort to some form of QE, even if it is hidden QE, as they are actually sort of doing. No, because what they do is they say, oh no, we're going to delay the normalization of the balance sheet. Well, delaying the normalization of the balance sheet is printing money. Mm? So it is not QE, but it has the same or very similar effect to quantitative easing. That's why markets are so buoyant, because what ultimately we're seeing is that the position of central banks is headline hawkish, but in reality, significantly more dovish. You've seen it in the liquidity injections. You've seen it in the case of the European Central Bank with the anti-fragmentation tools and all these different excuses that they use to continue pumping liquidity into the system.
We've run short on time, but I have you here, and I have to end on this last question because I can't have you here and not talk about this. We've had a tale of two tapes so far this year. We talked about that from the beginning, right? We had probably the overreaction to tariffs. You had the chasing of the market lower, and now you have a tape where we're taking the littlest bit of good news and running with it higher. And markets have gone from a high volatility environment to a lower volatility environment, with gold still steadily staying relatively bid and rates still staying relatively high. So that's the tale of the two tapes. We're getting into Q3 now. I know it's impossible to forecast what these markets are going to do, but as we close out Q2, what do you see the tape being in Q3?
Always a great question and challenging. I think that we will see another episode of volatility when we have the confirmation of what the trading landscape is going to be. Right now, where the market is basically looking at all the positives coming from negotiations. Then, once we have the clear picture of how many trade deals have been set up and which type of real tariffs are going to be implemented, then we will have a more, I would say, serious analysis. So I think that that's probably going to generate some level of volatility short term. But I think that it's likely to be yet another environment in which market participants are going to look at any option and any opportunity to simply go out and purchase risk, because the underlying trend of money supply growth is not just continuing, it's accelerating. No, we have to remember that the biggest driver currently of global money supply growth is China. We have not yet seen the European Central Bank and the Fed's liquidity injections appearing in global money supply growth. So I think that we may have an episode of volatility in which you get, on the one hand, the sell the news once we have a clear picture of the trading landscape, and added to a consistent environment of weakness of long-term bonds. But immediately, with any type of print, any leading indicator of consumer confidence, inflationary pressures being relatively modest, although persistent, all those factors plus liquidity injections, I think we go back to the trend that we're seeing right now.
Got it. Well, we're going to end it there. Daniel, I don't know what to say. This was fantastic. It was great having you on today. I can't wait to have you back to hear to talk about what's going on in Q3. Like I said from the beginning, you're just such a positive person and just so much insight, right, Shai?
Yes. Thank you so much, Daniel.
Daniel, thank you so much. Everybody go follow Daniel on Twitter. Yep, go follow Daniel on Twitter and check out everything he's doing. He's the chief economist at Tressis and, of course, best-selling author. Get his books. Follow him on Twitter. Thank you again. So, fantastic. Don't know what to say. I really, a lot to take in a short period of time. I know we ran a little long with him, but I had to. We've got him here. He's just such a good guy, too. I mean, that's the thing with him. I just could listen to him all day long.
Absolutely. It's kind of a calm voice in the sea of whatever X is, right, among people. But, I did think it was really interesting about, he said tariffs don't really cause inflation. Explain that with supply chains. We talked a little bit about that with Tony, who also said the same thing, which is, contradictory to every headline that you see and all the news out there is telling you how inflationary this is going to be. So I thought that was a great point that he brought up, as well as talking about all the liquidity in the market, even though we're technically not doing QE at this time, which is providing liquidity for the markets to stay buoyant. So,
Yep.
really interesting.
Yep. Yeah, so much I see people saying in the notes, got to go back in the notes, in the comments, are going to go back and take notes, because absolutely, I mean, that was really fantastic. Hit that like button and hit the subscribe button. Because of you out there in chat is how we're able to bring you guys these fantastic guests, from the support that we're getting from all of you. So thank you very, very much for that. Shai, this was great. We'll see you in chat. Busy morning still ahead of us, so who knows?
They just started.
They just started. All right, next up, the man, the myth, the legend. We don't know what he's going to be wearing. We're never sure anymore. Oh, he went back to normal clothes. I mean, I was wondering if there was going to be a streak here of how long this was going to last. I mean, it's funny because it's very hard to stump me from saying something. You know, I grew up in an Italian neighborhood, and on the trading floor, we're busting each other's chops for years. This is, I'm used to it. So I'm used to, the back and forth. And you come in with these things, and it's like the cowboy hat threw me off. Yesterday, out of the news reporter, or whatever it is that you were doing, I'm just sitting there. I'm like, I don't know what to say. I'm speechless. But here we are. We've got Pharm back. Following Daniel, I mean, what were your thoughts on that? I'm still taking it in, Pharm. It was that good.
Yeah, I might have to give it another listen and definitely follow. I wasn't familiar with him before today. The one key takeaway is that, really all that matters is monetary policy and fiscal policy, and then earnings, which are related to the first two. And so all this talk about inflation, tariffs, and, back and forth with that, short term was a narrative. But really all it's going to matter is, economic growth, Fed policy, fiscal policy, and earnings. And so, we'll see how that shakes out. Tariffs can certainly impact those things. But yeah, I was never really in much of a camp that, tariffs were going to cause massive inflation. If anything, I thought they might have caused some disinflation or economic weakness. And so, I mean, we'll see. We still are in this pause period, right, where we've got two deals? I don't know, 2 deals done before the deadline. We've got another month, I guess it is, to go. So, I mean, we'll see what shakes out. And I'm definitely interested to see, what the market does when we finally have some level of certainty, because we're certainly rallying now on a lot of uncertainty, which is interesting, and just hope. And so I'd be curious to see what happens after we have a little bit more solid foundation of what's going to happen.
Yeah, I agree. And as we get to close out the quarter, we're going to get the rollover is going to become front and center. Obviously, NVIDIA today is going to become the headline for the next 24, 48 hours, depending on what it does. It could be even longer than that. I think the market's going to be really tuned into what NVIDIA does. I mean, Captain Obvious here, but it's like the market, again, is trying to find every which way that it can rally. It'd be interesting to see if NVIDIA doesn't do much and it goes a little bit lower, kind of what the tape does. So I'll be curious to watch that. But if it does go higher, it's like one of those things where, it's going to be just really difficult to fade any rallies for traders in general, which I think is the case right now anyway. Now, let's go to the charts. I want to start off today. So I had gold up. I don't have a ton here on gold, but I'm going to actually start there. Let's go to gold. Let's see. So when I'm looking at gold right now, and this is one of the things I took from this morning's interview was, it's even funny as we talk through things, Pharm, even from listening to Daniel and just even myself talking through stuff, you look at the tale of two tapes. Well, it's been a tale of two tapes, really more for equities, but it's not been the case for bonds necessarily and gold. Gold still is the market that has remained in primary trend for a good period of time. It has not shifted. I mean, if you pull gold back 1 year, left to right, man, this thing has just gone straight up. I mean, you've had some, decent corrections along the way, but overall, steadily higher. And so, from a trend following perspective, this is the market that has held on to trend the most. And despite everything we talk about with all the different things happening within the market right now, gold remains the market that has fundamentals behind it, and it has technicals behind it. it's one of the majors. It's probably the only one that has both of those things going for it. Maybe we can look at the bonds and things similarly as well. But ultimately, that's what we're seeing here in gold. And so as we get into rollover and we look to see what brings what comes next for gold as we've moved into Q, which is August, I look at gold and say, look at, on the chart that's rolled over, we're still above all the moving averages. I have a VWAP going back from the beginning of May, kind of this big downward move that started here, and I look at it just to see what we've done since then over the last month, and we've just kind of flatlined. But overall, still amidst the little bit of a sell-off that we've seen, it stays steadily above 821.34 moving averages, which I think are just, again, moving averages just help me identify strength of trend. They never get me in trades, but they will help me understand primary trend. And I look at them and say, we can't even get below them. No matter how weak gold has gotten, it stayed steadily above them. So it just shows you strength of trend. So for the gold traders out there, it's like, even if you're short-term trading it, still leans more bullish. When we go into bonds, and, we look at bonds, the bond market, let's go back a year because, I wanted to do the similar thing like I did with gold. If you go back a year, it's really almost done nothing. I mean, it's down slightly. But it's funny, as traders, we get, myself included, right? We all get caught up in what's happening in this current market environment, and we look at the bond market. The bond market has really done nothing. Even if you go back to the beginning of the year, it's really done nothing. It's relatively flat for the year, which is hard to even believe that because it feels like it's so much lower. But when you look at the long end, it's just stayed relatively weak near the lows, so it feels like it's a lot weaker, but it really isn't. And it was funny because we were talking about this, at least me, where I was like, oh, it took off this low, it could have substantial moves lower, and it's just turned back on a dime. And basically what it tells me when I peel it back a little bit, as we look into the mid-year and kind of go back and review what's been happening, the bond market's really just in a range. It is a little bit weaker, which is saying that on the long end, rates are staying relatively higher, but they're not really coming down and they're not going up quickly. I've said this from the beginning. Anyone who's been following us on this show or following me for years, the bond market only matters to me when it moves with velocity. It may feel like it's moved with velocity in certain moments, but ultimately it's moved in velocity within range. And that is a big difference. And that's something that I missed. And I look back at this and I think to myself, the bond market, although it always matters, right now, when we get back in this range, less relevant to me. When I go into ES, it's going to get interesting because we are now entering rollover time into the markets, and my charts are just loading up here for a second. Well, there we go. When we go back with ES, let's go back a year again. Why are we going back a year? Because we're coming up into rollover. I want to go back. I want to do a review. I want to get my head out of sometimes into the now and peel it back and be able to give a better view of what's happening. And I think one of the most difficult things for traders right now is to look at this market without having a hidden bias, bullish or bearish, right? And when you go back and look at where we were a year ago, I mean, Pharm, it's unbelievable. This is not quite a year. We're modestly higher, right? So the market's done basically nothing almost since last July. We're pretty much flat. We had this overreaction down. We're probably having semi-overreaction back up, and we're getting into the end of the quarter. But the reality is, when I look at it, when you step back and look, this shakeout drove out so many people that now that we start to get back up, the fact that we've done really nothing over the last, let's call it 10 months, would not be surprised me to see a big influx of buying continue to coming in and take us back to all-time highs. And I have to have that much of an open mind. Obviously, I'm a swing trader, but I still look to have more of a bias of which direction and where I can manage risk. And right now, it's not the easiest in here. But to me, I look at it and go, this market is really poised to, barring any news, I think continue to this trend higher. We're back in this old body of this range. I was looking at this earlier, and I'm just like, I come in early, and I'm looking at just what's going on. I pulled it back a year, which I don't always do, and I'm just like, in this top part of this range, we're in there. And so when I step back and look, if you take all the news and just throw it out, and we get to where we are right now, it makes sense why we're trading the way that we're trading across the board. And sometimes we get so caught up in it. That was my thought process today as we get into, like I said, starting to roll over and end of the quarter. for futures is coming up in the next couple of weeks, not for, stocks. Is still, we got the whole month of June ahead of us. But that's my perspective right now. For me, really not doing much in equities. I'm going to look to see if I can buy some dips in any areas. I have no positions currently in anything, but that's my overall overview of the market environment. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely has ended up being a bit of a correction in time, really, on the index over the last year, which is, healthy. And if you took the opportunity to buy, the major dips, then you've done well, as an investor. If you've just sort of sat and held, then, you're pretty disappointed with returns. But yeah, I mean, I pulled up NQ first, which I don't even really have anything on it, just big picture. I think this is the most important thing for today, especially coming out of NVIDIA after the bell. NQ, if you just look at it, it's effectively at top of range. And we talked about it, how, there wasn't really a fantastic high last week, I guess it was, but that we had popped a couple of daily highs before, this sell-off here. In some subtle ways, this presented to me as distribution potentially. It doesn't really, feel like that way as we rip back through here. But to me, I'm respecting top of range until there's a sustained breakout. So ES isn't quite there yet. And the way that I'm looking at this is, again, we had a few days of consolidation. We broke down. We held the bull gap. We held, year-to-date VWAP. We held the 200 SMA. We've got a daily higher low above the 200 SMA. So to me, this should be ripping straight back through these highs without taking out a prior day low first. And I think anything less than that presents as a bit of weakness. And so, again, between NQ, because I mean, if NQ breaks and sustains this range to the upside, then the highs are in play. There's just not really much of a reason for it to stop. So call it, 21,520 to 21,560 has basically been top of range. I think that really decides everything. And we've got NVIDIA today. So the question is going to be, do we get a sustained break, before NVIDIA, right? Is the market in the mood to break this out to the upside on the Qs before finding out what NVIDIA has to say? Does it break to the upside after NVIDIA? Does it, make a failed break to the upside today and then get sucked back in after hours? So I mean, there's potential traps. And I said this in my plan for last night. I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong, I didn't go back and look, but I feel like the last 2 or 3 NVIDIA earnings days, there's been a massive trap intraday. Either we trapped lower and then ripped higher, or, we ripped higher during the day and then, sold off after NVIDIA earnings. So I'm very cautious today, and I think it's very pivotal. We've got minutes, I think, today as well, FOMC minutes. But I really think it's all about NVIDIA and whether NQ can sustain above these 21,500s. So to me, 21,500s, you break and sustain that on NQ. ES is just going to go with it, in my opinion. But as of now, I'm respecting the closer we get to top of range on NQ, which we're there, we just kind of hit it. And the closer we get to top of range on ES, the more cautious I get. So today could be interesting because, again, is the market really going to break the Qs out to the upside before finding out what NVIDIA has to say? I tend to think not. So it'll be interesting to see if this sucks back in today. And again, if we are taking out a prior day low prior to taking out this recent high, then I tend to get a little bit cautious. So that's big picture what I'm thinking here for today before we drill into the other frames. Do you have any thoughts or comments on that or move on?
No, I love that you brought it and started off with NASDAQ because the NASDAQ chart looks even more bullish to me than S&P, and I think S&P is looking for that leadership. And I do not like to fade any rallies that are led by NASDAQ. Fade rallies that are led by Russell. But fading rallies led by NASDAQ, don't love that. Again, I am really trying to find areas where I can get in long and manage risk. Going into NVIDIA is not the easiest, but it's I come in with no bias and I look at this and it's where can I get long? I mean, because the problem is when you have that Friday move lower and then you rip up higher, it's where can you manage risk? It's you have a huge gap up. I don't really want to buy calls necessarily here, because even if we might do nothing for 3-4 days, right? And you just get killed because the market doesn't move anywhere. Low vol environments, you have to be very, very careful, very, very patient, very, very picky. But I do see that. I'm glad you brought up the NASDAQ first, because I agree. I think that's what's going to set the tone.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned in your morning note, like basically, not chasing this thing and being very selective. And sometimes you can get locked out, and it can be a bit frustrating. And I'll talk about that when we get to the 5-minute here. But I mean, on your 30 minutes and on your weekly profiles, you can see we've got the meat of last week's primary distribution sitting just above, and we had this spot kind of 45 to 50 last week that we talked about, which was effectively this breakdown area as well. It was key kind of on both sides. And so coming into that now, and that sort of sits just above, yesterday's high. And so that's tricky. And again, with the Qs at the top of range, to me, everything looks great, but this isn't a buy. And it certainly isn't a buy on the Qs until they prove that they're going to break it out. So I'm only a seller here. That doesn't mean I'm a short seller here. I am, but I'm definitely scaling out of longs for sure on the Qs into the 520, 560 range until they prove that wrong and get a sustained break to the upside. So, big picture, very, very cautious on rips the closer we get to the top of this range, and then just responsive on dips. We got the overnight low, and this is how it tends to go, right? When the markets get really bullish, it feels like you get like one dip a day, and like that's the spot to get it in. And otherwise, you just find yourself faced with this decision, like, do I just end up trying to fade a trend day up, shorting it and blowing up my account? Do I chase a micro dip? Like, how do I get in here? And to me, that's where the patience comes in. We've all been there. Like yesterday, this massive move higher, no red candles allowed type of thing. And so if you weren't in from like the overnight low, or you didn't catch that dip at the open, then you just sat on the sidelines. And let's be honest, we've all been there where we tried to fade it, and it didn't end well. So definitely encouraging selectivity on these dips. I would like to see, I don't know if we'll get it, but I would like to see this overnight low revisited, just because, like, again, we're at the top of the range on the Qs. It would, I don't know, kind of surprise me if we're just going to break the Qs out to the upside into NVIDIA. And I still think there's plenty of good areas to buy dips on this thing. I mean, we could come back down into these 20s, and any failure to get through the overnight low is just going to be a long. Even if we take out this overnight low, like, bulls aren't in any kind of meaningful trouble here, like, anytime soon. So, like, if I'm short, which I am right now, off that high, but if I'm short, like, I'm not holding on to anything crazy long. I'm not overstaying my welcome, which I think is exactly what you said in your piece this morning on X. And so, this 59.07 half to 59.12 and a quarter roughly, that's going to be a big spot. And as long as that holds, then I think bulls are just fine. And so if we do get some kind of NVIDIA, day trap where this comes down and just sells through the overnight low and it looks like everything's going to hell, I'm minding this spot here because it really does keep buyers out of trouble if they can sustain that. And we can ultimately just end up with consolidation effectively in last week's sort of upper range. As long as we're holding this, 5900s, we can sort of suck back up into that volume up there from last week. So, I'm just took an opportunistic short just because NQ was top of range while you were talking. Already covered some, that's it. And I plan to get flat probably if this doesn't go. But ultimately, I'm really looking for dips and constructive dips, and I'm probably only short because I missed that. So this is a great example of me, being a dunce and fading a move, because I was asleep for this one. It seemed like they picked like the 1 or 2 hours that I actually sleep to put in this low. So, cautious on rips, patient for dips, and I would be mindful of a potential trap today on NVIDIA because it just seems like they always put that out there.
I don't disagree on that at all. It's funny, I look at the chat and someone's like, hey, no disrespect. Literally everyone's talking about being long. looking to go long, not saying to go short, but everyone agrees on one thing, probably something different happens. Listen, I'm that person who feels that way too. I mean, that's why it's so difficult for me. I mean, as short-term day traders, it shouldn't really matter, right? If you're short-term day traders, again, I think you can trade a two-way tape right now. You could be long or short. I just don't think you overstay your welcome being short because it's proven time and time again that the dips are just it's auto bid. That's more of the message I look at. I think my time frame, the problem is it's very difficult to execute right now. It's why I traded platinum in Canadian dollar over the last week or so, because those markets at least I can get in reasonable places. It's very hard to be long up here. As much as I am bullish, I look at it and go, how do I manage risk to all-time highs from here? I mean, the NASDAQ can break 300 points and it changes nothing. I mean, that's the most difficult thing about this. That's why when you're coming into NVIDIA, it's like, okay, it's never about where I think they're going. It's about the journey to getting there. And when you move into a little bit of a more medium-term time frame, and I know most people are short-term time frame, so it's always about just tight stops, and just scaling in and out quickly, or just one in, one out on trading level to level. But when you expand it out a little bit, like I have, try to hold for multi-days, or I don't even want to hold for multi-days. I hope it gets to my price target in 5 minutes, but I try to expand it out a little bit. Hard to manage risk up here, just is. And I don't think it's an all-in market, but I can't find reasons to be bearish, Pharm. That's the problem. It's like, yeah, you see some things like you talked about today, for there's a quick short, but don't overstay your welcome.
Yeah, there's a huge difference between being bearish price and executing, at a good location. And again, up here, you can see the last 3 weeks. I mean, it's just kind of a big range on the Qs. We're at the top of the range. It's a sell every time. It doesn't mean it's a short sell, but it's a good spot to be taking profit on longs, and you're going to see it reactive until we break and sustain that to the upside. So it'll be interesting to see if we can break that today. But I completely agree. Just patience on rips and responsive on dips is generally the play here.
Yeah, no, exactly. All right, Pharm, that's all the time we've got today. Glad to see you in normal clothing again. Great analysis. Yeah, I mean, that's all I've got for you. It's always fun. Monday through Thursday, Pharm and I, 8:30 to 9 o'clock. Come check us out. Make sure you're subscribed to the NinjaTrader YouTube channel and hit that like button for my boy Pharm. Follow what he's doing on Twitter and check out his Substack. Hardest working man in the business. You're the best, man. I will see you tomorrow.
You will not. I will be off tomorrow for a wedding, so you're going to miss
That's
me,
right.
buddy.
I'm out tomorrow, too. I'm not here tomorrow either. Boy, what are they going to do without us, Pharm? What are they going to do?
I don't know, but I know you're going to be wondering all weekend.
Shifted.
Yeah. You have a good one, Deli.
All right, Pharm, I'll see you. All right, everyone. Next up, we have the one and only Tanya. Oh, she's got the NinjaTrader hoodie on. Looking good. Tanya, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. So you heard Pharm and I talk about this tape. It's funny. I'm going to go right into the poll. 59% bullish, 20% bearish, 21% neutral. And, it's... I love our chat. The chat talks to us. They give it to us straight. And they talked about, one person said, look at everyone's talking bullish. When everyone gets bullish, the poll's even bullish, right? And it's like you tend to think that everyone's leaning one way, and you kind of got to be wrong. I'm that person who believes that too. I mean, I will firsthand say that. When I start thinking I'm really bullish or bearish, I actually want to find people on Twitter that disagree with me because I want to have that balance and see where I'm at. But it does feel like most people are really bullish in the way that they're looking at the market right now. Maybe we get right into your charts and just, what is the structure showing you? What is the tape showing Tanya?
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's a good point. But yesterday I think we had an overwhelming majority bullish as well. And yeah, chat nailed it. And with our analysis, we did, the bulls did really well yesterday. And those that decide to hold through the night are also being rewarded. I'm also the same way. I don't really love it when I don't like being just in an echo chamber in general. Like if everyone's on the same side, then I'm a little bit cautious. But yesterday worked out very well. And here we could see on the daily, yeah, we're looking quite bullish. NASDAQ is reaching towards those equal highs we had marked out. And yeah, we had that really nice bounce in that daily area the day before, and then on the 4-hour, yeah, this swing low that I was talking about, I wanted to stay intact. It did stay intact, which was really nice because it made that next swing high on the 4-hour and the hourly. And the morning was pretty good because it had that initial manipulation move lower. This was respected on both ES and NQ. And here we are. Then that was a pretty good long opportunity. And here we are during the night. We retraced again on the 4-hour, actually. We retraced again, and now we're expanding towards these equal highs. I mean, I wouldn't be trying to fade this. Looks like it's on the train is on the way up to these equal highs. I think it'll be important. Like Pharm said, this is an important level for me, this 21,550s area, to see after we hit them. What's the reaction going to be like? Are we going to really just muscle through those highs, and ES still has some follow through left? And then if that's a nice energetic move from there, then I don't see why not. We're not going to go, into the 21,600s and then eventually up to these 22,550s, the smooth highs here, and eventually all-time highs then. There's not much between us now. That being said, if we kind of just wick and come back into the range, then I can expect more consolidation. I can expect us to eventually maybe drop down towards this low again or near it, which I wouldn't really love. I would rather have a push up higher instead of more consolidation, because it does feel like yesterday the actions started to be cleaner. My long took only about 20 minutes to play out, and that's my typical trade duration for those long, for my winning trades. So that's what I'm looking for. I would want, honestly, perhaps we take out this low first. I would want this low to stay intact from 530, but I would be fine if we just came back into, take out this low wicket here, just shallow, and then we reverse back for a quick move back higher into these equal highs. That would probably be the easiest setup of the morning. If we sort of just surge up higher, straight up higher without me, again, I'll look at the reaction. And if we just consolidate around here, I'm probably going to think it's more likely to hold and go higher. But if we have some reversal, I mean, today might be a slower kind of morning because we have FOMC minutes in the afternoon. We don't really have any big news today. Let's see, what else we got here? Tomorrow we got unemployment claims, pending home sales. Yeah, tomorrow's more of an interesting day, and Friday PCE. So, but I do think if we don't hit those equal highs by today, I would certainly look for them tomorrow. So that's going to be pretty key for me. I'm still bullish. You said that the chat is overwhelmingly bullish. I mean, there's no point in changing. Structure hasn't changed. In fact, it's shown to be quite strong there because we held this swing low intact yesterday and had that nice wick to the downside in the morning before that 10 a.m. news really pushed us up higher, which was really nice. So yeah, that's my preference for today. I'm not going to try to fade the tape. It looks pretty good to the upside. Yeah, what are your thoughts on that?
I was going to say, what are you seeing in ES? Because the structure to me, when I look at Nasdaq, like Pharm was focusing on Nasdaq at the beginning today, and I think that the Nasdaq is going to be the leader of this move. Obviously, it's Captain Obvious because of what's going to happen with Nvidia, but nonetheless, prior to Nvidia today, I think S&P is going to be at the coattails of what the Nasdaq does, just more likely because of Nvidia. But I just think in general the Nasdaq is the leader of this tape, And in my experience, I do not like fading any markets that are being led by the NASDAQ higher. I've just seen it since the beginning of my career, ever since the NASDAQ became the NASDAQ futures. And when that thing leads up, it's a hard fade. So I'm curious, what are you seeing in the ES tape that maybe is either similar or different from what you're seeing in NASDAQ?
Yeah, great point there. I mean, I'm the same way because like ES tends to just get dragged up later on. So yeah, with ES, it's a little bit different because on NASDAQ, these highs are pretty equal and smooth, and I would think that it's quite easy for us to jab into that area. ES, it's a little bit different in that regard, that this is like more of a jagged high here. But, and we might, if NASDAQ hits these highs and we kind of stall out, we could stall out and ES could not hit those highs until tomorrow or such. But typically, if NASDAQ consolidates at the highs and then has another move higher, then ES is just gonna follow through on that. I could take a look here on, it also did nicely respect that swing low yesterday on that hourly right here that it made overnight, that overnight low. During that 10 a.m. session also respected that and made a nice swing up to move, next swing up higher was nice. Retrace really shallow here into this leg up. And this was fair value gap in a premium. It's way above 50%. Then we had another move up here. And then let's see this move up here and this high. I do want to see actually that we close above it. Yeah, we closed above this high. I would want to see the same thing. I prefer this low from overnight to stay intact, kind of like yesterday. Because we did just now close above that high with another displacement here on the hourly. Yeah, I prefer us the same thing as NASDAQ, although ES can be a little bit of a lagger in that regard. I prefer in the morning, like, yeah, at the beginning of the session, especially since we kind of did make some jagged high here. We could take out this low first before we go higher. I mean, but the ES definitely has a longer way to go. Let's see here until we hit that high from last week. It's another like 50 points or so. And what's the average true range of ES lately? Let's see. That's a good point to think about.
I bet you it's barely that.
Yeah, I know. I bet also. So like, I will take a look at that. I like to look at the last 5 days for that. The ATR here, and then got okay.
One thing I'll say while you're pulling that up is that what gets interesting is that two things I want to point out. One is, from following you and watching you enough, is that if the NASDAQ, first of all, you'll likely to, if there's a long, you're going to take the NASDAQ over the ES because the NASDAQ is stronger. That's correct, right? And then the second thing would be, what gets interesting is if the NASDAQ makes a higher high and then the S&P doesn't, you have divergence. So that's why I was kind of bringing you in to talk about those two scenarios.
Yeah, exactly. So I wouldn't really love it if, that's a possibility for reversing back into the range. If the NASDAQ takes out this high and then we do have this like reversal situation, ES isn't up there, then I would probably look to try some shorts back down to that low if we took out this high wicked and see some strong reversal, like obvious to the downside. If there's nothing like displacing to the downside though or breaking a swing low, I wouldn't try to fade that. If it's because then that just means it's consolidating near the highs. And that would be really interesting if it does end up doing that. I think it's more likely to be bullish, but totally that's one of the scenarios in my mind that if ES, it is quite far away from it. But what I think is interesting though is that, yeah, the average true range is about 85. So we already moved about, let's see, from here, from this low here. How much did we move on the day here? It's like we already moved a bit actually. So yeah, we already moved about like 40 points or so. Like 20, yeah, like 20-ish, 27 points. So yeah, it's possible that we do reach that high today. But all in all, I do like to look at that ATR on the daily because It makes me think about how much did we move so far, and then like what's the likelihood of then perhaps us going for that final target of mine today and or this morning even, instead of like instead of holding on and really going for that high and like demanding it from the market in that regard. Because sometimes you can get really like married to your bias, and maybe we do hit your first take profit. Like, I wouldn't say, I would say that this is probably a good area for ES also. It's just like this volume imbalance on the daily here. Yeah, it could possibly just pause in this area as well. So I'm not gonna, that's not out of the question that we could hit this high and then pause here on like 59.50s. If we can't go above 59.60s on ES, then it could potentially just be a smaller range day, considering like it's not really a huge news day. We popped up about 20, almost 30 points. The average true range is 80. If we have more, like about 40 more, it's possible for us to get there because it is within the range. But I also do kind of anticipate today might be a smaller range day in general.
It might need a spark to get that kind of a move. Always appreciate the insight, Tanya. I think the key things I take away from you this morning is if there's going to be a narrow pullback, watch that 530 low, it gets wicked and come back up and make a new high. If in order for it to extend, you're going to need to see the S&P go higher, watch for a possible divergence in the NASDAQ, makes a higher high, S&P can't, gets back in range, kind of maybe changes the dynamic for today. So again, as usual, appreciate you. Monday through Thursday, Tanya is with us from 9 to 9:15, and of course, she streams with us all day on Monday. I won't be in the studio tomorrow. I'll be watching from afar. So have a great day today and a great morning tomorrow, and I'll see you when I get back.
All right. Good luck and good trading, everyone.
All right, everybody. It's Wednesday. It's hump day. Really busy day. I mean, what a day we've had so far. Daniel Lacalle, we had Tanya, we had Pharm, and now coming up, it's time to trade the open with Trader Kane. We have the tallest man in the network and the second best looking. And here he is, everybody, with a New York Yankee hat on. Trader Kane, good morning.
How are you, mate?
I'm good. You're coming in a little bit low this morning. I can't hear you as well. Where are you?
No
What
worries.
part of the world is Kane in right now?
I'm actually at home. I'm just downstairs in my kitchen. This is like my productivity workspace. My office is currently undergoing work, so apologies, no fancy lighting and all that stuff. So yeah, apologies if you can't hear me well. I'll speak louder and get closer to my mic. But yeah,
No, you're good.
How are you? How's things?
Yeah, you're good now. I'm good, man. You growing a beard out now too? Everyone's talking about on chat. We've got this whole different look here. We got the glasses, we've got the beard. What's
Yeah, I'm
going
just
on?
lazy and haven't had a haircut, Debbie. I'm too busy to book my haircuts in advance, and my barber is away and always busy. So yeah, my hair's on a bit of the long side right now. But full things actually. So yeah, looking a bit rugged, but it's okay. Tomorrow I'll look good again, I hope, ish. But yeah, the awful time to be a day trader.
Yeah, I mean the deadly grind. And first of all, you're never too busy to book a haircut, Kane. You write that down. You're never too busy for it. I never miss one. But yeah, I mean, Kane, we talked about it. It's one of those markets where, I know that you've been holding. You still have your puts. Let me start there. Do you have a trade on? And also, are you still holding puts?
Okay, so I actually took a trade just before, maybe like 20 minutes ago, and I got stopped on that a little wick higher. I was
okay.
aiming basically the same setup, exactly the same, but I didn't take it, and it looks like we're probably going to run. And yeah, my puts are still, because they're long dated, so they are still heavily underwater. I got a chance to get out and break even last week. Actually, they were up due to volatility, and I didn't close a single one of them. They're size for zero, so I don't really care too much. It's either I'm gonna make my money or I'm gonna lose it. So I'm kind of in that mindset with it. I didn't want to sit in a 600 point drawdown to just close break even. That sounds a bit bit silly. And yeah, I mean, look, we've got lots of stuff this week that could potentially pivot, and if not, I'll cut my bearish bias and my puts, and I'll sit on the sideline until we take a step lower for me to get involved in the market going higher. I don't really like the idea of that, to be honest with you, because we've left a lot lower. That's been inefficiently delivered in my mind. Obviously, everyone's aware that I typically like to see these markets give everyone a chance to get long, get short. And this slow grind is just quite painful for people with short biases, namely me right now. I'm not actually getting too much blood in the street. I actually caught a really nice long yesterday on lower day. But yeah, I'm not, to echo Pharm, I'm not really holding my trades that long right now. I'm just trying to get the small base hit for the day and move on with my life until the market decides to get on side with me. I don't really have a daily bias right now. I like it when we open up towards these overnight highs. Typically, I just like to see us open, drive higher, 10 a.m. come online, and we drive somewhat lower into some sort of efficiency. I'm not expecting a big volatile day. But who knows, this could be the end of the slow grind and the passive buyers in the market are finally their bags are full and we can start selling a little bit, or maybe they're nowhere near full and we're just going to keep going grinding forever. So I'm I'm kind of a bit neutral, really. I'll fade this. And you said earlier, if Nasdaq leads and ES lags, you won't fade it. I definitely will fade it. That is one thing I will. I don't mind it when Nasdaq drives higher and ES drives lower. I know a lot of people like that. I hate that. I like it when ES drives the market, and if Nasdaq doesn't, I will fade it regardless of Nvidia. I don't care about that. I just think that's just a contributing thing. So I try not to let that affect my trading too much. And if it's a loser, it's a loser. The model presents a loser because of whatever reason, it's still a loser. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we're never going to be held or judged by one trade. It is what it is. And the interesting thing about that when we were talking about it this morning is when I talk about when the NASDAQ leads us higher, I always have found that it's just the most difficult tape to fade as an ES trader over a NASDAQ trader. So the question is, what you'll fade is you'll fade the NASDAQ rally if the ES can't keep up. Is that what you're saying? Or would you sell the ES? I just want to make sure I'm clear on how you would go against that.
I've never traded ES in my life, so I
That's
won't
right.
trade ES.
Yeah.
Like the key thing for me right now, and I'll show you on the chart, right, is these daily highs, right? So if we just open the daily chart on ES and Nasdaq, ES is really struggling to put in any sort of closure on any time frame above this daily high, this previous day high. Nasdaq is considerably higher. It's 200 ticks higher, 50 points higher than the high. ES is a couple of points push. I like this. I like when it does this, and this is just more room for me to trade this back down into some sort of closure in here. I don't really like this rounding out here. I like the fact the level. I don't really like the way that this has presented itself in terms of the weekly open just rallying straight up. This to me just seems like this is a natural area I want to get bearish, especially with this rounding out. This rounds out, pops, and then corrects. It's like a signature move for me. But yeah, I mean, my chart looks quite messy right now, and apologies, but that's kind of what I've been looking at. I'm actually trading a very small challenge account right now, a 5K challenge account. So I'm not really full step on the market. I understand that some sort of sizing here is risky. So just trying to be involved in the market, take losses, take wins, get more on side with the price action. And when things start to click again, I'll just get more on side, So, but yeah, like I said, I like it when we open up around these levels. This is a textbook trade for me right here. This pop and then recorrection and trade into some of these lows. I didn't take it because I did take a loss here. I shorted this and got caught in this pop. But I would take that trade every day of the week, and then we get the real trade, which is just common, right? It's a very common thing, and everyone struggles with that. So it is what it is, and I'm just gonna be very slow. today. I don't really want to chase this. And if it drives lower, delivers into some efficiencies, some efficient delivery down here, I'll look to long this. I'll get on side with the market and I'll long this. I won't hold on to that bias for multiple days, but I don't mind being a longer, right? I don't mind being long in the market, just not up here. I don't like to top long. I like to wait for those corrections. I like to get bearish up here and bullish down here. And if this falls through, then I'm cool with it. And I'll happily sit out of the market until it gets to a level where I can then get bullish. And if the market keeps going and keeps going, like it did, back when we went from 22 to 17, I know I'll have my day with it. It's just I'll just have to book a holiday and get the hell out of Dodge, and wait for it to come on side. But tough market, and I know that a lot of people are really struggling in it right now. So, it is what it is. It's just the life of a day trader. Not every day can be a winning day, and that is just how it is. And we're in that cycle now where a lot of people are coming off the back of being point hungry, like greedy for the market, being able to be on side, like long consistently. There's going to be a day where we just get caught offside, and that day might be today, it might be tomorrow, it might be overnight tonight, and no one gets a chance to touch it. But I don't know right now, and that's the God's honest truth.
Yeah, no, what I love about what you're talking about is you're staying in the game. That's a big theme of mine. And you're still getting reps, and you've just taken risks down until you find the environment that you like. I mean, that is, as far as I'm concerned, I've made money in moments of my career. I've never made money every day, every week, every month, every year. It's just never been possible. But when things are really going my way, I step on the gas. And when they're not, I know to stay away. I've barely traded equities, indexes over the last month. I've done very little, and the little I've done has not been that great. So the important thing is for everybody to understand, no matter who you are, is that when people don't talk enough about when you look at your strategy and you see things and the market environment is not conducive to that strategy, you're going to struggle. The question is, do you want to try and force your will on the market, or do you want to stay in the game, get some reps, take your size down, and when all of a sudden the market gets clearer to you and things start to fit more into what your model is and you see the reactions are better, that's when you step on the gas. Most people just can't separate between the two. But that's why I like even that you're going and doing a challenge right now. I like that you're staying busy and you're keeping yourself in rhythm, because the key is to, when it all of a sudden happens again, you'll be ready. And that I will guarantee. I mean, I've known you long enough now to know that when it will get busy, you'll be there. And when you see the look you want, you'll take it down.
Yeah, look, the number one rule for me is if I approach the chart and something's obvious for me, like it's really obvious what we're going to do, and then it starts to play out, and I just stick to the rules and I just click, that's when I trade my best. And for a good couple of weeks now, I've come to the chart and I'm like, this could do anything, and I have no grip on which way it's going to go. And some people, like I said this in the video recently, some people are killing the market at the moment, and they're every day buying calls at the open, and it's absolutely running off the open, and we're all above all the daily moving averages, and it's absolutely, they're making hay, right? I know that day doesn't last forever, and I'm just cautious of that. I don't want to be someone that longs here, but yeah, it is what it is. We'll see what the market delivers today. We get it in 3 minutes, so we'll
Yep. All
play
right.
it.
I'm going to let you go. I will be back at 10. I'll be back at 10:55 today. Everybody stay tuned throughout the session. We've got the CEO of NinjaTrader in studio, Marty Franchi. We'll be talking with him following Kane. So I will see you at 10:55. Trade good, my brother. Everybody, I'll see you in chat.
Appreciate you, Deli. Have a good one. Chat, how are we? Dave, I'm not really I'm not holding on to my puts on the basis they come back. My puts are long dated, so it's more size for zero. If we don't get the rotation I'm looking for within the time frame I'm looking for, then I'll lose the money I size for zero on. And if they do and they trade into the levels I want, then I'm good. And if I get eaten up by theta, I'll get eaten up by theta or gamma or whatever. I don't know. I'm not an options guy. I just ask my friends to help me with it, and they help me. So yeah. I'm not sure I should be in this trade. I just took a loss, and it felt very revenge tradey to get straight back into it. So, Merritt, how are you, sir? We only trade hourly and 4-hour highs and lows. Yeah, that's the trick. What's the likelihood that we sell back down to this 4-hour? Probably not much. So I would like to see us open up here, drive, maybe take some of this and then sell down. We'll see. We will see. Looking forward to playing golf. Good man. The weather here sucks today, so no golf for me. And also I've got plans straight away. What's the risk management for the 5K account? I'm typically trading 200 to 350, $400 stop losses. And I'm just taking them on trades that I feel like I can get break even pretty quickly. The account's up to like 7-ish K, 6.5, 7.5 K. I haven't checked it. It's just from my journal. What does size for zero mean? So when you buy options, you buy them, and if the contracts expire by the call date, they will expire at zero. So say you buy them, let's say they're $10 a pop and you buy 100, and it's, I don't know, 10K, I think. I don't know. I just say what I want. Honestly, I just ask my friends, namely Leia and T Trades. I want to buy calls for this date. I want to trade it into this price. What's the best thing to buy? And they help me out with it. I'm not an options guy, and they just tell me what to buy, and I do it. I started with 5K, not with one. One would be pretty hard. I don't recommend any prop firms. I don't trade a single prop firm right now. The only prop firm I do recommend, and it's not to answer your question, is Merit's prop firm, Apteros. You should definitely check that out. If you want to trade real money and trade alongside someone that's actually trading the market correctly, Merit's your man. So ES is driving this. This is very laggy from NQ. It's quite a pop from ES. It's 4 points. We're getting like a 20-point move on NQ, so I guess they're somewhat correlated. If we get some sort of divergence here, ES takes this high, I could potentially see some sort of small pullback. We'll see. I like this trade. I don't want to be in it right now. I am trading micros today. Apologies for anybody that finds that upsetting. It's just what it is. Can't trade minis on a 6K account or whatever it is. Listen, for a smaller account like this, I don't mind having a higher percentage risk. Yeah, I just don't mind. Would I be risking 6, 7, 8% of a $1 million account? Probably not. Some sort of break on the opening range. Is it fake? We'll see. We'll see. They're just buying to sell it lower. I don't know if they are or aren't doing that. I'm not a order flow trader, so I don't know what buyers and sellers are actually doing. All I know is there are more sellers in this candle than there are buyers. That's all I know. Oh yeah, I need to put the VWAP on. You're dead right. Thank you. Let's get those anchored VWAPs on for us. Wait, where's my overnight? Oh God. Probably be, you know what? I'll put it on the NQ chart because that's the analysis I really care about. I don't really care about MNQ. Okay. There's our anchored VWAP from the open. Where's our anchored VWAP from overnight? It's all the way down here. No, it's not. It's right here. We'll see. How's the grass? The grass is good. We've been getting some rain right now, so I don't have to go out there and water it, and it's nice. Really enjoyed your coffee video. Can we expect more of those videos soon? Yeah, I'm just pretty busy. We're gonna come back to the 1 hour FVG. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really care about the gaps. I just care about the level, this 50% level of this move up. We shall see. We shall see. We shall see. Anchor also from the low, all the way down here. Oh gosh, I'm getting all the VWAPs on the chart today. Oh yeah, nice reaction off the anchored VWAP off the low. What happens if we lose it though? What then? Kane anticipating shorts after previous week high double top above gets swept. I don't really care about that. You know why? Because last week swept out prior week high, and this week should really sell down in some way. And we literally from the open drove higher. So I just think this is a nice day for the market to show some sign of top, and then we can look to trade lower tomorrow. That is kind of my thought process today. Finding some sort of resistance here. Yeah, not really going anywhere. Lacking the volatile move that we probably want. Really, what I want to see is I want to see this drive here, and if we get the chance to sell it, I'll sell stop it. Because then if it's going to drive, it invalidates my trade, and if not, I get to get in a trade for free if it flushes. That's kind of the way I take these riskier trades. Is that the VWAP? That's a VWAP, Lala. Can you believe it? Just tuned in. Hope you're well. Just look at what I'm looking at for the session. Look, ultimately, I look for the same thing every day. Are we trading above the previous day high? Yes. Are we trading above a 4-hour high? Yes. We have 25 minutes until the next 4-hour candle. Are we trading above an hourly high? No, but this hourly high sold all the way down, and we swept the low. So I do like to fade this candle, if not fade this candle if it pushes. So that was kind of why I would do this now. I like this. Fake this out, get everyone bullish above the opening range, and then sell it down. Max pain, maybe. I don't know. And if it takes the high, just invalidates the trade. I like sell stops when I'm around the open, if I can. Yeah, I don't know, guys. It's a very tricky market. We just got is the whole journey of the 5K account documented? It's documented through various live streams. I'm not documenting it for marketing reasons or bragging reasons or anything like that. It's a mixture of things. I actually saw Jay Bear on Twitter. He started a 5K account to make his trading more relevant to his community. That was one thing. I just got wicked into this. Not very nice. Wanted to see a bit more of a flush there. So I was like, yeah, good idea. And then, and also I got crushed in the first couple of days of May, like in all honesty. I don't mind admitting that. So yeah, this is not the flush that I wanted. And if I was too busy yapping for some sort of thing, I don't want to see this really buy up here. I'll leave it because the risk is relatively tight. I just want to see this. If we come and tap this midpoint, I'll trail this stop loss on either of them. I do want to see this at least trade down into some sort of low here. The only thing I don't like is this hourly sweep. Like I said, if ES trades into the high and NQ doesn't, I'll feel pretty safe. I just want to see some sort of divergence at this level. Be nice. But knowing NQ, if ES gets close to that high, NQ will just pop and run everyone. And everyone will be one, including in that, everyone will be me. So, yeah, I'm sure a couple of the guys are looking for that stop run trade, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, daily, 4-hour, 1 hour, when they all align, I can just trade that. I can just wait for that like confirmation or entry and just trade any of the timeframes that I deem relevant. But obviously, for that, you need the hourly inside the 4-hour, right? So you wait for the 4-hour candle. It either happens inside the first hour of the 4-hour, so like 10 a.m. for example, trade above 9. We obviously do that a lot. We might get this pop now. Hopefully, sellers are just hitting the tape. And then, yeah, that if that happens on the first hour, great. If not, I will wait for the second hour and then trade that, and then that 4-hour swing, and then trade that hourly swing inside of the next candle. So it depends. We're about to print volume too low. I'm not a volume trader, so I can't tell you what the volume is right now. This is probably an impatient trade from me. There is divergence. It's not confirmed though. I do like the fact that ES sold straight away and it's now selling back into the area. We just need to, honestly, we just need to just trade through this level. And I want to be long for further up the 930 open area if we're going to flush through it. Some sort of divergence. Like I said, I like this more than I like this. But I also am fully aware that ES is most likely, NQ is most likely to just pop and then pull back inside if it is gonna take that high. I won't have a chance. So hands off, just let it do its thing. FOMC minutes, it's kind of a nothing burger for me. Yeah, it's just a nothing burger. I don't really care about it all too much. Will I explain the trade in your London on my London screen? Oh, this was actually just a trade that me and someone were talking about. I didn't take it. Yep, it's kind of what it is. Just gonna run. So we've got 20 minutes till 10 now. So I probably won't touch it till then. And I just want to see this kind of hold up here for 10, and then we can look like we can sell it down. Seems like minutes is always a nothing burger. Not always. Sometimes the minutes is important. Like the context of the vote is important. We'll see though. We shall see. I don't trade anything other than Nasdaq, my friend. Yeah, don't trade anything. Don't need to. Don't want to. I'm not familiar with how Nasdaq gold and oil trade. So yeah. Oh shit, there's buy side. The fade is loading. We'll see. I mean, this pop was always going to happen, right? That's the reality. It was always just going to pop. And now we just go for these up here, which it gets. But now this just gives us even more divergence. ES is lagging. So this is the thing that I want to fade. Up forever. Yeah. Until we died 15% in 3 days and everyone loses all the entire balance because they're constantly long. You know? You know? It's all well and good, the market going up forever until it doesn't. The market only went up, there would never be a liquidation, and the statistics of day traders would be 99% people win, not lose. You know? But they aren't the statistics, sadly. I appreciate you, Ethan. Thank you. I saw the message a few times now. No data point on a chart goes up forever. Yeah, I mean, it's what it is, right? It is what it is. Just took that. Just took that last week's high. Did you trade it to it, Merritt? I actually had you in mind when I was saying some of the guys are probably trading that stop to that stop run. Seemed like a textbook Merritt trade. Seeing all the pain and getting on side. How many wins do I take to call it a day? It really depends. Just depends. Depends how I'm feeling that day. Some days it's one, some days it's five, you know? Depends how on side of the market I am right now. If I get in the green, my P&L is green. I typically just walk away. I just take the money and run. Lonely being a seller in this market. Yeah, it is what it is. At what point do I go break even? It depends on the trade. There's no like set rule for I go break even when X and Y does. Feel like it's me versus the world. Yeah, but honestly, like I'm a big short seller. There's no secret about that, right? There's just no secret. I'm a big short seller. And look, you can have your days where you can get intraday shorts and everyone's like, yeah, great, we just rebalance the next day, it's whatever. But like I've never made, other than that Trump tweet, I've never really seen the market rally really hard um, on just pure like price and volume. Selling, um, like when the market starts to sell, there's just no stopping it. And I like to be in those momentum trades. I don't like to be in the slow grind up trades. I bet on a long scalp before the big push like an absolute pig. Yeah, I don't want to call you what you actually said. We'll just go with pig. Yeah, look, everyone's making money in different ways in this market. Just personally, I would just surround yourself with people that are actually trading the market every day, live, calling it in advance. You know, that's it. Everyone's going to try and sell you something at some point. Yeah, the slow grind up happens way more often, but I actually don't mind just sitting out of those slow grinds, right? I like to see slow grind followed by a pop and then followed by that real run. What's this looking like right now? I sent you a loan with the no fluff plan to turn the lab into the biggest group out there. I mean, it's already one of the biggest groups out there, Tom. In the nicest way, I don't need you to help me with that. I appreciate you though. Appreciate your help trying to reach out. All the best, brother. Oh, so what are we looking at? I don't want to touch this now until 10 because unless this really sells, it's just going to stall here. And then we should get that run. Why not? Yeah. I mean, because it needs a face, a relatable face, I guess. Interesting. One of my favorite setups is TGIF, especially short. Just take a small part of the weekly candle and making bread this way. Hey, look, I like that view. You know, it is any way that you can skin the cat to make consistent money in this game, do it. Why wouldn't you do it? You know? Yeah, I know, guys. You don't have to tell me that was previous week high. Don't worry. Do not worry. You don't have to tell me what the chart is doing. I appreciate you all. Um, but you don't have to tell me. CVD is dropping fast. Yeah, I mean, it's probably people just taking profit up here, right? I imagine that's what it is. Nice push above previous week high. Makes a sensible area. This is probably just more people like expecting some sort of continuation and then just really offloading their positions. But I, again, full caveat, I'm not an order flow trader, so I don't actually have a blind clue what they're doing, right? Good afternoon, Mr. Jordan. Did you grab the opening range breakout trade today? How many millions of dollars are you up? Knowing you, I know you did. We'll see. I don't like this trade because of the 4 hour. I just don't like it. I catch 180 ticks to be precise. From here to oh, you got early. You got in early. Yeah, you probably got in like here. Seems like my bias was right. My entry was off. Um, yeah, I probably just had my self stop probably a bit high. That's all. But honestly, I would have expected a flush. I wouldn't want to sit in this anyway. So, and ES would have just given the entry to the model that I like to trade. But again, I don't like to trade it this close to 10. So look here, close below, open, tag into this blue box, now flush. They're slamming it. It's funny because slamming it down here versus up here, it's different. It's different, isn't it? Am I going to long once we get into hourly discount? We'll see. We'll see. I like this level right now. For me, shorts right now, 21,485-ish. Down this area. This should give us some sort of hourly sweep that I would like. Again, though, would probably fade this now. We'll see. I like the 4 hour. I'll patiently wait. Who's the best trader? For what? What are we trading? Just in general? There's no footprint. I don't trade, I do not trade any order flow. Indices specifically, just indices, not no stocks, no options. Um, who's the best? I would say consistently, I haven't really consumed much of his content, but Carmine looks pretty good. Oh yeah, it's Carmine looks pretty good. He's constantly trading ES. Um, but he's an order flow trader, but I don't actually know much about him. But he specifically trades indices, so yeah, Carmine's up there. Who else? I mean, the order flow labs guys kill it. Merrick kills it. Haven't watched too much of Chris. That's me being 100% honest. Um, yeah. Carmine also goes by Justin Wheeland. No, I don't think he does. Mamba FX, shorting SPY right now with options. Not gonna lie, don't lie to me. My boy Yassine is goated, yeah. Okay, that would have been the trade. It's kind of annoying. I didn't get in. The guy in the lab called Paul's pretty good. Nutty bar trading. Look, guys, I think every Tom Dante is really good, but I don't think he just trades indices. That was the question, wasn't it? Carmine Risotto, I think. Garrett MMA trades and T trades. Uh, sure. I like T trades. I like MXM. I like Garrett. I like all of them. Risotto, Rosoat. TJR. Yeah, totally. That guy's a TikToker, isn't he? Hmm. What am I drinking? It was literally just Pepsi Max that I had from earlier. What do I think of TJR? I said he's a TikToker. What would I possibly think of a TikToker? That's crazy. Come on. It's nuts from you guys. Yeah, I mean, right bias probably. We just got caught in some sort of deviation. Wasn't expecting it today. TJR was a very good seller. What do I think about JCap? I don't really know enough about Kyle's style of trading. Is Kyle the best indices trader I know? He's traded indices for like 4 months. It'd be crazy to say that. It'd be an insult to everybody else. Is Kyle a good trader? Of course he is. Is he the best indices trader I know? No. Damn, guys, what does this mean when we close under all the VWAPs? Like, does the market just like stop? Bro, I'm going to Saint Tropez at the end of June. Yes, you will see me in Saint Tropez end of June. Umar Ashraf is not an indices trader, Khan. So that would be, if Umar was an indices trader, he would be the first person on my list, but he is not a indices trader. He's a stock options trader. I'm sure he trades some indices. But the question was the best indices trader I know, which would suggest that they don't trade anything other than indices. Yeah, Mondays and Fridays. No problem if it closes below VWAP. It would not be hard to see me in the crowd. Yeah, it won't be hard. I would love if the 4 hour chart closes up here, I don't know if I would. Because look at, yes, if this closes down here like this is cooked. Dodgy created the IFEG, so it's him. Yeah, for sure. For sure, for sure. Me and Kyle went head to head. I don't know. Not right now. Manbeer. I mean, I don't know enough about Manbeer, but what an impressive story, right? I would long this, guys. I'm not gonna lie. And why wouldn't I long it? It feels a bit rough not to long it. I mean, I would wait, but get some sort of drive, and I would long this. I think we might be cooked today. Did I take time off when I went through a breakup? Wow, bro just took me to a dark place. Thanks for that. Okay, you remember that one time? Uh, no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That was funny. Um, did I take a break when I have had breakups? Yeah, of course, 100%. Just miss her, chat. I don't miss her. Sorry, that's so bad to say that, but I don't. If you guys don't know who caused the Flashcraft, Nav used to trade at Futex. Yeah, does that make him a good trader or does it make him a good spoofer? I don't know. I don't know. Do I miss T trades? I do miss T trades. I'm going to see him. Kane is locked in since Q3 chat. Yeah, in Q3 we cut off. In Q3 of last year we cut off all the women in our lives. Chat. Sorry to any females in the chat, but we cut them all off. Q3 of this year we're opening back up. Okay, we're actually. This seems like a good short based on the VWAPs, right? Any VWAP traders in the chat tell me that this is a good short from here. You just cut yours off. No, boys, look, let me be honest with you for a second. Life without a romantic partner is quite depressing. You should definitely not listen to people that tell you to lock in and break up with your girlfriend. Those people are very, very sad. And no matter how much you lock in and make tons of money or lose tons of money, if you make tons of money and have no one to share it with, you'll be just as sad. I can promise you that. It's not me saying I'm sad. I'm just saying I know a lot of people that are. Am I doing a collaboratory? It's not in the books. Machiavelli would beg to differ. Damn. Without money, love doesn't last too long. Yeah, I mean, with money, it also doesn't last too long. Patrick Wieland is probably the best trader. Why is my NAS? My NAS is really going quite aggressive. It's beeping at me quite aggressively. Something's failing. If this SMT holds, yeah, this is nice. You're low key and avoidant. Guys, this is not a therapy session. Apologies. I'm just telling you from a guy that's dirty, been a playboy, been all those things you can imagine. I probably wish I would have settled down a bit earlier in life. Unk. Oi, watch it. Guys, it's so like lethargic. There's no volume. Like, as in, when I say volume, I need like displacement through a low. Guys, I'm sure no one really knows the story about what happened with Navinder Singh. Like, honestly, let's just forget about it. Just like the same thing that no one knows really what happened with the Essex boys that made oil go negative. Like, if we believe all these stories, then we're just idiots. Something happened, no one really knows, and they made a story about it. The end. Guys, this is awful for 10 o'clock open. We should have faded the heck out of this. 19, any advice? Lock in. Definitely have Sorry, guys. Something's beeping really bad. Give me 2 seconds. Chat, I figured out what it was. I had new Wi-Fi fitted and the alarm failed. So I need to get that fixed. I just admitted to everybody I don't have an alarm right now. So that'll be fixed today. Anyway, I just need to resync the alarm to the new Wi-Fi. Yeah, sorry, chat. That was annoying. It was just so loud. My whole house was beeping. I don't know if you couldn't hear it. Okay, now we just really want to see 10 a.m. deviate, and then we can look to play some longs. You're long on the ES at 59, 30, 25. Oh, wow, you caught the low. How convenient. Do I lift? Sure. I definitely go to the gym, but not to get strong, mainly to lose weight, to be honest. Again, just being honest. Just being honest. Did you show the 4 hour being taken? No. These glasses are from a company called Moscot, Moscot. Where could I short from? That's the real question. The only place I could really short from, I can't. It's the truth. I can't short. I think I need to be in long. 420 for Nvidia earnings. Yeah. But let me be honest with you guys. If you are trading the futures market after 4 o'clock, you're an idiot. Just gonna be the one that tells you that. Weight loss happens in the kitchen. Sure, sure. But you can't be 6'5" and not eat. That's for sure. A lot of people don't really understand that because a lot of people aren't 6'5", and a lot of people are like 5'7" and try and give people my height advice. But I appreciate you either way. Tokyo session? Not heard that for a while. What do I expect from Nvidia tonight? Let's have a look at what Nvidia chart is saying. Let's be honest. Are Nvidia making money still? Probably. I can't imagine that their Blackwell line, they've rallied quite a lot off of the lows. They're up 50%. They're not even down that much from the high anymore. They're down 12%. I think it's safe to say we could probably expect Nvidia to go higher. Their earnings are expected to be 47 billion. What were they last time? 39. So expected to make an additional 5 billion. See these earnings? They went from look over here. They went from struggling to, or not struggling, but they went from making 5 billion in 2020 to now their earnings, projected earnings this year are 43 billion. Okay. I mean, look, Nvidia are making more money than ever. Is that bearish for the company? I don't know, probably not. Will earnings like it if they don't beat expectations by 700 million%? Probably not. So at that point, I probably would just buy Nvidia long term if it dips. Okay. Okay. Go on. Go on. The NQ hourly chart looks bearish right now. Does look quite bearish. Can't lie. Stop that break even. That sucks. Possible long off midnight? Yeah, maybe. Come on. I just want to see a 4 hour low taken here, and then we can frame the opposite side of the curve. Oh, sorry guys. Do I look at the Dow? All my homies hate the Dow. Find me one big, I don't know. Tell me I'm long? Sure, I'm long. There you go. I'm not, but I told you I am. 21, any advice? Just live a little, boys. Honestly, just live a little. Make a lot of mistakes in your early 20s. Sort your life out, but sort of like your life out by the time you're 25. Have a plan by the time you're 30, and just live. But settle down, touch grass, live a little, travel, see the world. 28-year-old hot and smart female, any advice? Any advice for you? No, I'm not a female. I can't give you advice. Sorry. I'll ask some of my friends. Marry rich. Yeah, there you go. That's a good one. She. Okay, I saw your long position on a chart from London lows. No, I didn't. But I was just showing a trade that could have worked out. I was sort of talking it through. I was actually long. I was long up here, and then got stopped out, and then no, I didn't. I got stopped out. I'm 2 and 0 on the day. 0 and 2, sorry. Back up to those 5300s. Are we gonna do that all day, Khan? Back up to 5300s. Okay, Khan's long right here. His stop loss would be below the low, and he wants 5300s. Okay, Khan, there we go. We're gonna monitor. We're on side with you today. I like to make it half myself. I want to be rich and marry rich. That's my goal. Oh, I want to be rich, not marry rich. That's good. I like that. I like that. Sounds a lot easier to marry rich, though. I love this game. No, I don't like this game. I just want to see that 4 hour low taken, and then we can look to get long. Anyway, what happens if a guy wants to marry you because you're rich? How would you feel then? Kane is hitting to get married to him? No, I'm not. I don't want to get married right now. Sorry. I would like to be born rich, but that ship has sailed. Yeah, Jeff, you want a refund, don't you? How has money overall changed my life? Look, I can definitely do what I want when I want, and I don't really have to think about it. But like, it doesn't solve like the things that make you happy. Like, all your friends still go to work. You still, like everyone lives a normal life still. So it's not suddenly you can just do what you want when you want. Because when you have a load of money, you need to have friends that also have a load of money. And the reality of that is quite hard. So I just think it just makes me more appreciative for the small things in life. I can go and pick up my nephew from school, stuff like that. Like that's what matters, chat. Gonna be honest. That shit, that's the stuff that matters. Have you tried to get your friends into trading? Any of my friends, the all day raining in the UK doesn't make it better. Oi, watch that. Um, any of my friends that have shown a keen interest and got themselves to a level that I deem like they've actually put the work in, I'll help them. But like, you know, how many of your friends like chat? How many of your friends think you're an idiot for trading? Like you're addicted to it. They're like, oh my God, like blah 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 blah. Like I'm sure a lot of them do. Chat, I might join Khan on this trade. There's just no impulse. I need the impulse. All of them, yeah. So when you make it, right? So when you make it, and all of the people that think you're an idiot for believing in this stuff, then want you to help them, it's a bit bitter. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah. I have a couple of friends that are like so proud of me, shout my name in rooms when I'm not present, and I would go to any length of the earth for them. But I also have friends that are just stupidly jealous of me, and that's just the reality. Like, so did my family support my trading? I didn't really know. I didn't really talk about my trading outside of my friendship group because it just comes with so many like bad conceptions, right? It's like it sounds very, very cliche, but those videos that like everyone's asking you why and then everyone's asking you how, it's just so true. I actually like some sort of relief bounce here, guys. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it. There's not really anything in here for me. Um, there's actually nothing in here for me. I actually tell everyone the same thing that I meet for the first time. I work in online marketing because they just stop asking questions because it's so fucking boring. Yeah, I sell candles for a living. Uncle Tom. You say you work at a bank. Anyway, chat, we haven't asked for many likes today, and we're only on 294 likes. At least that's what's on my screen. So let's just hit that button. Let's make everyone at NinjaTrader happy. And then, yeah, the NinjaTrader CEO is in the studio today, so he's probably watching this stream right now. So everyone can just go ahead in the chat and tell him how good of a trader I am and how much fun you have watching me. And then in a couple of months' time, I can ask for a pay rise. No, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding, guys. The like button will be enough. Don't give up on your YouTube channel. There's something there. Yeah, I know. I just don't have the time for it right now. I'm not that desperate to sell anyone anything, including dreams. So, I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't have the motivation to do it. But I'm gonna do it. Leo is entering shorts off of the unicorn. No. 100 cons for 100K. I bet the CEO was never a successful trader. That is very, very rude of you to say that. You have no idea who that person is or what they did or didn't do. What they are, though, is they are a CEO of a company that just sold for 1.5 billion. So I think you think they may have trumped us all there. Chat. Nah, only ES. Only ES. I don't trade YM. All my homies hate YM. Chat, this is boring. It's a boring, boring day so far. 1 billion, no big deal anymore. Yeah, I mean, trust me, $1 billion is a lot of money. I can tell you that for sure. Mouse suggestions. I can only ever recommend two mouse things, right? I'm gonna show you them right now. This one's pretty dirty. I would only recommend the Logitech MX Master 3S. You can buy this from an affiliate link in the description. Support me, help me feed my kids. And if not, you can always just buy the Apple Mac trackpad because this is genius. I use this because it's nice just to, it's just nice. Anyway, no more affiliate marketing today from me, okay? No more. No more. Who's the most attractive person in the lab? Just tag me next time. Jeez, come on, what are you saying? What- Come on, that's crazy from you. Not the Logitech affiliate link. Yeah, there's no affiliate links in the chat for me. Sorry, chat. Guy with the great haircut that introduced you to the stream sold a company for 1.5 billion. I don't know if Delhi sold a company for 1.5 billion. That would be nice. I'm sure he would love that. But no, the NinjaTrader CEO who is in studio today, I don't think he specifically also sold the company, but they, as a company, sold it, and he is the CEO of that company that sold for 1.5 billion. That was a mouthful, chat. Anyway, we have gone nowhere in 20 minutes, and I might be losing my mind, chat. I may be losing it a little bit. Would I sell the lab for $1 billion? Probably. I would probably sell it for $1 billion. Yeah, I'd probably sell it for 500 mil, 50% off. Raz is right. I would sell it for 50 because at 50 mil, I could do nothing for the rest of my life and I would just be chilling. So yeah. And also I could just create a new one. Yeah, maybe. I would never do that though. That would definitely infringe upon the copyright. Oh guys, this is crazy. This price action. I don't have any 25 million into T-bills and chill. What's the interest on T-bills? Yeah, I trade the 5 minute all the time. I don't think the interest on T-bills is good. 5%. Yeah. I mean, you could just put it in low risk investments and make more, I think. I would definitely have some in T-bills, but yeah. Max you can put on T-bill is 1 million. Oh, thanks, Chan. If you thank you. Appreciate you. Can you explain how T-bills affect the market? No, I can't. I don't have a clue how they affect the market. The chat was so close to 500 likes, 51 more people. If you could just like the video if you haven't already. I'm going for that most liked video award at the NinjaTrader Christmas party. I promise I'll get up on stage and just tell everyone to short NQ at the Open tomorrow. I promise you that'll be my absolute guarantee to you guys. Hmm. Is there a 15 minute? All the way up here? I wouldn't want that. Oh, we're going to drive a little bit lower again. Okay, put one micro on for the giggles. Flip a coin in direction with any stop. No, not on this account. I need the balance way too much. The balance is, I'm only up like a couple of K on this account right now. I need the money. Sorry. Ah, look at this. The divergence is really kicking in. Any order flow traders here, can you tell me where, if there is, are there many buyers present in this area? I need to know. Please, I need to know. Streamer boy, where are you? I need you. I need you in the chat. Ever played the St. Andrews? No. I'm not a massive golfer. I'm pretty bad at golf, guys. In all honesty. I'd love to lie and say I'm quality, but I'm not. Just being honest. Just being 100% with you all. Tape's pretty dead. Don't worry. I'll step in. I'll save this. Just drawing lines because if I don't draw lines, then the market isn't going to respect them. Come back for me. Go on. Come on. Come on. Just a little one. Come on, just a little bit more. No, just a little bit. Trader that can't golf. I know. Play me in Padel though, and you get your ass whooped. That's one thing I will say. Crazy. Come on. Don't do this. And I can cook as well. All right. That's, I know the women are like, "Whoa, nice. He can cook. Get him in, chat." Um, but no, sorry. Do I reckon June PA will be better than what? Than May? If it's worse than May, then we are in for a bad time. I'm risking very small in this, $100, very, very risky trade. Just want to see some sort of V-shape out of here. Yeah. 15-minute low taken, SMT with the overall low. Like if we're gonna reverse from here, it's like a nice signature. And if not, I probably just won't touch this for the rest of the day. We're 20 minutes into 10. We took a very crappy loss at 9-ish, which would have been printing money right now. Um, but I would have been out of it here. So for me, if I'm out of it here, then I'm naturally looking for some sort of mean reversion. The 1 minute did not get inversed. I'm on the 30 seconds, so don't worry about that. There is a 1 minute here though. You are right. I didn't see that. Okay. All eyes are on the 1 minute. Either the 1 minute gets inversed, but it got inversed on ES. That also matters. Okay. If the 1 minute inverse is on here now, I will add. So if I want like 500 risk total, 16, I'm in 4, so I need to buy 12, and I'll take the better entry. I'll take the average entry. Hello? Hello? I'm glad we were not in heavy on that one. What happened there? Why did we just drop 10 points for no reason and take out the low? We now have opposing SMT. Yeah, it's not looking good, chat. 30 minis. 30 minis took us to that low. Is for real. Is that really what happened? That someone sold 30 minis here at 10.20 and it dropped the point 10 mark, 10 points. I do not believe that. I actually just straight up don't believe that. Trump about Germany. Okay, yeah, I don't have my squawk on, so that would also make sense. Let's see what he said. Tanya short, Kane long. Jesus Christ, that was crazy from you. What was it? This is even better for us now. The market actually has some volume. For the trade that I can't see for some reason because the chat on my iPad. For the trade that you took, the Elon, why would you be out and not take it to midnight? Because I don't really care about midnight as much as I care about the 50% of the range and the low within the 50% of the range. I like this even more now though. If we look to inverse something like this, well, it just needs to print. It might just absolutely rip us. Okay. Yeah, I will re-enter. I actually don't mind that stop run, to be honest. It's annoying that, wow, I lost $100. Like, come on, it's not the end of the world. I'm okay with it. It was light. I need to see that confirmation before we could get in anyway. CBD now negative. Yeah, I don't really use that, so I don't really care about it too much. I think it's going to go without us now. That would kind of suck a little bit, but let's hope. Let's hope. Let's hope and pray that the market makers are on our side today. So far, they are not, so let's have our expectations low. This V shape though is nice. So just hope we get some sort of pullback that isn't too deep. I use Delta. It feels significantly good because the CBD depends on the anchor of the session. Yeah, look, there's 101 ways to skin the cat, right? I just don't use it, so I don't really mind. And also, I've been known to long through -3% days when I'm sure Delta is hella negative. And then, yeah, Leo eating right now. Is he live on YouTube? Leo's out of the trade, yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Now we're in. Decent risk on for this. Now we just want to see this start to really run. Reclaim midnight on ES. And this is either way my last trade for the day. We have 10:30, so I would like to see us reclaim and then trade back to some sort of initial balance breakout that I know a lot of people look for, which is good. I don't mind it. I got slipped on my stop earlier. Stop gatekeeping the SMT indicator. How much would you pay for it, Win? Tell me. Tell me how much you'd pay for it. Yeah, you'd rather use your eyes. There you go. I would also recommend that everyone uses their eyes. $5, $13, 100, about 150 at the moment. Crazy. Dodgy selling his IFVG indicator. Imagine this. Imagine my indicator, the SMT indicator, just slowly becomes my model. And I just have my model on the chart every day. And then I don't need to do anything. Just no technical analysis at all. Just boom, done. This is gonna just the bid is the whatever is happening is heavy, and no buyers are getting on side. I'm just one of those days. This is gonna be my last trade though, because I can't short down here, and I can't long by the looks of it. Uh, this stop loss is a bit iffy, but it's just below midnight, so I don't really want to see us go back there, which is why my stop loss is not under the low like it normally would be. So of low 4 hour, then boom longs. Yeah, we already did that though with 10 a.m. 10 a.m. is online, except lower. Oh, ES didn't take it. Thought ES took it. That was one thing I did have my eye on. But either way, we'll see. We shall see. We let the cookie crumble. Wow, paid Discord, a paid indicator, dodgy trying to get paid. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. One thing I don't like is this. It's a failed auction after 10:30. Careful. Yeah, I mean, this is just the initial balance low, right? So if it trades into this, yeah, I mean, look, I just won't trade. I just won't trade it. It's just what is what it is. I'm either long off of this and we get some sort of relief back up here, and then then my short thesis plays, or I just consistently look for longs and I get paper cut the whole way down. So this would probably be This would be no, they're probably about it. This would be my last trade, and if the PM session did give me a nice setup on around the open, then I'd take it. If not, then I wouldn't. The end. We didn't get a closure above. Well, we actually did get a closure above this 1 minute, and then it dumped, which is lucky we didn't get fully onside. I want to see this candle buy. This is a really not so nice point to be long in drawdown around the 10:30 open. I want to see it buy back up to the open for around 10:30 is really what I wanted to see it do. And I definitely want to see it close above this level, which, like I said, not looking too good right now. I can pull this to the side. If we get a closure above this, I probably am going to have to widen my stop a little bit, which is the only annoying thing. How much more risk? 20 something ticks. 12 would then make it another $80. Yeah, I'm gonna have to suck that one up. Where is it here though? It did not close. That is annoying. I might have to cut this, guys. If we get a break even, I probably will scale quite quickly. Where does this take us to? Back up here. It's right there. I'm looking to get out of this, if in all honesty. Don't cut. Yeah, I appreciate you telling me what to do with my trade, but I think I'll be the boss of that. When I say cut it, I just want to see an impulse and I just go break even and I just accept what happens. I really like closing break even. But yeah. My hunch tells me massive absorption from icebergs that are not visible on level 2 of the buyer. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I just don't like the fact we refuse to close above this level on the 15, that 15 closure. And I would rather just accept my initial risk, which was just under here. 75. This is crazy. This SMT may be the savior. This is not looking good, chat. Really not looking too healthy. What happened? It's Wednesday. There's no Tracy. Did we miss Tracy? Did she join and I just didn't stop yapping? Apparently, chat, no oil bit today. Oh, crude's tomorrow. Why? What happened today? Oh, because of FOMC minutes. I don't know why that does it always move on that day? Let's see a push here. Yeah, it'd be nice, wouldn't it? This is a horrific session. We're doing nothing. What do I think of Dodgy's new indicator? I don't know. I don't have it, so I don't know. Due to holiday on Monday. Damn it. All right, guys, I think we're gonna get absolutely run over here. I don't like this. I don't like this price action one bit, and I just have to accept that. So. We did not get a chance to get out break even. It wasn't even once. Can you go back to today's highs and see if there was a potential short entry for you? There wasn't, mate. There wasn't. I mean, the 1 minute we literally impulsed through it, didn't get in. The 5 minute we impulsed through it, didn't get in. No impulse here. I mean, you could have shorted this 5 minute, but what, your stop loss is above the high. The 3 minute, the exact same thing. There's just no entry. This just impulse was crazy, and now it's slowly bleeding. And we're just gonna keep doing. There was 30-second there, but no 15-minute swing. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, what's his balance at now? You check. I think I might have. We're only down 600 on this stream alone. Oh, I just bought. What the fuck did I do that for? And I bought 5 fucking minis. Oh, I'm so annoyed. Oh, oh. Jeez, did you everyone see that? I went to click the NinjaTrader logo on my phone and click buy. Oh, chat, what on earth? What on earth? What on earth? That was annoying. There's nothing in here. We're really struggling to close above this level. Minus 200. Yeah, I mean, it's a mistake, right? That's what it is. Fat fingered. It happens to everyone. I mean, I did it in my pocket once and opened like a 2 contract long minis. Come back and was up like 3.5 grand. I mean, it works. Well, it's worked in my favor so many times, but it also doesn't work in my favor sometimes. It is what it is, right? Like, it's just maybe it was a tight stop. It had no stop. What are you on about? It literally was just a naked 5 mini long. I had to close it instantly. I did something like that last week. No, I opened when I fixed that now, I opened the long tool, and when I did this, it had 6 minis in here instead of it's 6 minis instead of one that I was looking to trade. It just is what it is. I mean, look, yeah, the buttons are. Yeah, I tried to do me 30 minis. Yeah, I mean, I would be crying if we stayed in that 5 mini long. What is going on here? We are going nowhere. I think they're just pausing this from video, right? Like, I think we just have to accept that at this point. Waiting for video earnings. I meant the other long, not the accident one. What? Maybe it's. Oh, you're on about here. I put loss under here instead of under the low. Yeah, but that was because it was just I don't want to see this like leapfrog action. Because typically what happens is it just bleeds and bleeds and bleeds and bleeds and it bounces, gets smaller, and then it bounces, ticks, and just runs. I'd just rather a buy stop. Would I trade PM today? I'm out all day, so no. Do I have a verified track record that I can share? As in like a link somewhere, like Kane or something like that? No. My broker statements that I have from like the last 8, 9-ish months, I'm actually getting them audited and verified. I said that at the beginning of the year. So yeah, once they're done, I'll just post them. There you go. And now this is where it. Need to call it a day for May and come back in June. I think you're in luck, mate, because I think June is in like 3 days, 3 trading days. Come back on Monday and you're in June. No? Just take the week off. Yeah, I didn't get back to entry. Don't close, Kane. Click Kane, don't close. You'll regret it. Kane, you will regret it. Eh, I wish I could have closed. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have like a mixture. I mean, KPMG are crazy money to order your statements, I think. But yeah, I'll find one that's worth it. It will be a top, it will obviously be a reputable source. I'm not gonna employ my nan to audit my accounts, that'd be crazy. I mean, you did have the chance to sell this off of the opening range. That's one thing we could have done. I was short biased, but I longed. Yeah, I was short biased and also longed. Don't worry. We do have to trade what the chart gives us, which is so sad because this is ES S&T hourly below. I'll take one more stab at this, guys. Yeah. Is my approach mechanical? Not really. I've got my vape in my hand. I don't vape on this stream, and I can tell. I can tell the difference in my tolerance levels. Okay, I need to think. Tanya just took a short. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna get in 20. Actually, no. I'm gonna get in two minis because it's the same. Why the hell would I get in micros if it's two minis? It's actually less. Price rejected previous week high and previous day high. Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, chat. This is where we make it all up. Lol, did you up the risk to fade Tanya? No, not really. I just went on here, put how much I wanted to risk. It said 21 micros, and I was like, okay, then I just played two minis instead of 21 micros. Because if we look here, 21 micros is 483, 20 is 460, it's 470 on two minis, so I would just do that. Am I on a prop firm account or am I on a live account? I'm on a live account. Just gonna run with that, I'll say. I think ES wants to take London low first and maybe get SMT and send higher. Just an idea. Am I smoking something, or did ES already take London low? It did. Do we retest VWAP? Oh, guys, this is nasty. They're horrible with it. Didn't even give us the chance. Okay, I have one rule for not taking this trade. If this big red line gets hit, I'm gonna make it red. Before the entry, we cancel it. That's the rule. That's the only rule. I need to see a wick here. Wicket, 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 wicket. Come on. That's it. And now the red line is my break even. The red line is the 10 a.m. opening price. And it's also where I'm going break even. And then I will sell this whole, I'll cover this whole position, 50% of the move, which is up here. I'm risking 500 on this, and we're closing the segment soon anyway. So yeah, took the short on the bounce. Yeah, not a bad idea. It's a risky move. Like I in my head I can't do that. You know, like I'm just not wired that way. But I really respect people that can. Okay, I can get rid of it, MNQ for now. Not really the reaction we wanted, not gonna lie. Wanted to see some form of buying. New 15-minute candle. Our fate is here. We're either going to get a good reaction now, or it's gonna tumble. That gas was a ride this morning. Yeah, I don't trade commodities. I'm not a commodities trader. Sorry, guys. We'll see. We'll see how this plays out, chat. Yeah. The P&L is like minus. If this gets hit, the P&L is minus 2K, which takes me back to my starting balance or the 5K challenge, which is not good. That's me being 100% honest. But these are the trades I would take, and I keep my risk around 500 right now. Because if I decrease my risk and I get a winner, I'm actually screwing myself a little bit. But it's just probably one of those days. We shall see. We shall see. Yeah, I mean, I'm not moving this trade, so it's kind of whatever. Do I have any compounding effects? Not really. Good luck. Good luck on that one. Yeah, I mean, it's look, it's not the end of the world. I'm playing with the house money right now. You know, I know some people would sit there and be like, "That's a really bad view," but hey, that's just the way I look at it. Who's going to carry the logs? Who's going to carry the hogs? Do you know what I'm saying? Who's going to carry the hog futures? Love my relaxed attitude. Oh, I need my vape right now. I'm going to be honest. I'm not really relaxed. Sound like an addict. That's bad. Guys, I'm actually going to try and quit vaping this year. I hope you're all going to support me in that journey. No, guys, I'm not vape. I don't vape on public streams. I only vape inside the lab. That's it. We're vape warriors in there. That's what they all say. If anyone can do it, I can. That's my mentality on life. So trust me, I can do it. I cold turkeyed about 6 years ago. Never looked back. Not even once. Not even thinking like just sneaking out to the shop. Just feel better. I also used to smoke, by the way, so I quit smoking a long time ago. And And I failed so many times along the way. Um, as soon as I end up in a beach club somewhere on a hot island, cigarettes are my downfall. But smoking's really bad, and you should definitely not do it. Lock in, dog. Leo, are the buyers on side with me here or not? Please, 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 please tell me. What are we saying? Order flow traders, please, please, come on. Come on, tell me. Tell me some good news. Lots of passive bids. We aren't going anywhere though. Chat, that's not good news. Chat, we're cooked. How many longs keep getting in here thinking it's every day, every other day, and this is the dip? Are you are you talking about me? Like are you saying why are you so bullish, Kane? Shisha. The order flow tells me that S&P 500 is melting today. I'm melting. Can I explain my idea? I'm just stubborn and I don't want the market to go down without me. No, on all seriousness, um, the 4 hour candle didn't take a high, didn't take a low, took the low on ES, so I'm expecting some sort of bounce. I hate it when I zoom in, by the way, and the P&L number goes down. Like that actually infuriates me because now I have to come back to it. Look, what is this? I'm never talking about the idea again when we're in the trade. It's not happening. It's not happening, chat. That's the number one truth. Uh, oh, what a day. What a day. What a day. All right, back in profit. We can talk about the trade now. Um, basically the 4 hour low. We deviated the 4 hour low. NQ showing some relative strength. And I'm expecting some sort of bounce from ES and NQ because of what the liquidity that ES has taken. And yeah, this 15-minute low pulled back. We haven't taken any 15-minute highs. So for me, if it wants to keep driving lower, it needs to start taking some of these highs. And then yeah, that's it really. Um, but this is genuinely excruciatingly not mind-numbing. And the thing is like I know I'm just going to close this as soon as I end the stream because I'm just don't have the time to monitor this, and it's just going to run. So yeah. Like, look at this trend line. Look at this just line. Just magic trend line. Make it pink. Are we going to make it purple? No, we're going to make it pink. Here we go. We just can't break out of it. ES is deviating. NQ's like showing some rounding. It's just, oh, it's just not going anywhere. Someone stepping on the pedal. Yeah, NQ might just bounce around that 420 level like it always does. It's the same battle every single time we hit XXX 420. Guys, this is mind-numbingly boring for me. I'm not gonna lie. Like this price action is horrific. The idea is valid, but as soon as we touch the pink line, I'm going break even. I'm not looking back. Yeah, yeah, 100%. This is a fact. If I was streaming inside the lab, we'd have cut this a long time ago and just moved on with our day because this is one of those days, right? Third time's a charm. I just need someone with a lot of money to decide that they want to buy NQ right now. That's what I need. I actually need that. Anyone that's got a lot of money that can be convinced to buy NQ, I could sell NQ to anyone right now. How many trades have I taken? 2. My third. Warren Buffett, he's retired now, isn't he? Or is he still the chairman for a little while? Are we touching the pink line? Chat? I'm going to put an alarm on my pink line. I don't like this chat.
I'm gonna go, Kane. What do you want to know from the CEO? He's good, dude. That's right. He won't be able to hear it. Oh, here we are. Well,
I can hear it.
We got the CEO with me here, Kane. I was just telling him. I go, we're gonna be asking Kane what he wants to hear from the CEO of Ninja. He's coming on after you. What's going on?
What do I want to hear?
Yeah. What do you want? What do you want to know?
You know what? I actually want to know, as someone that sold a bits that was an integral part of selling a business for such a large amount of money, what's the one bit of advice that you would have for anyone else in business that's just getting involved in business today? Because I think that's that's pretty cool insight to know. That's what I want to know.
Okay. Well, so, yeah, we know. So we'll go over that. What else is going on for the day? I missed it a little bit. Marty and I have been talking a little bit. What's going on? Did you do any trading? I missed the whole stream.
I took 2 losses, and NQ is just trending downside slowly, bleeding, in fact.
Yeah.
ES is taking out the overnight lows, and NQ is trading above them. So the divergence I like to see. However, we've got 0 movement. We've been in this probably like 30-point range for the best part of an hour on NQ. Can you believe that? 30-point range on NQ for an hour. Yeah.
Yeah.
Losing my mind,
And
Ellie.
normally you would like that because you like the ES leading lower. And when I look at the tape now, I'm thinking to myself, he had to have been short.
No, I mean, missed it. I missed the short at the top. That's the reality. And now I'm just trying to see some sort of mean reversions back, but we're about to get stopped, and that's the reality. So, and the thing is, I don't want to be in this long, this close to the hourly open. So I really want to close this as close to break even as possible, and then probably get back in it after the hour. Because yeah, right now this closing this low just tells me that we probably deviate the hourly low and then come back for it. But yeah, I missed the short, bro, in all honesty, which is just a sucky one because there's just no entry, and that's the only reason I missed it. I just had no option to get into it. So yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna take that L like a big boy.
And did you did your were you trading live today or were you trading the 5K funded one?
No, then this is this is just a 5K challenge account. It's real money. It's my money still, obviously. It's
5K
not.
challenge.
Yeah,
okay,
It's
got
just
it.
a 5K challenge. So it's just trading. We were trading micros.
Oh,
and
I
then
see
this,
what you were doing.
Yeah. And then this trade was it was going to be 21 micros, and I was like, yeah, I'm not going to trade 21 micros. I'm just going to trade 2 minis. So yeah, that's where we're at. 2 minis right now.
So explain to me that 5K challenge. You're just saying acting as if you had 5K in margin, or you're trying to turn 5K into something.
No, I'm just 5K cash deposit, just so like 5K margin, trading micros, and then roll the 5K into whatever. And the 5K right now, well, before the stream it was 7.5K, and now it's like I don't know. And I checked it. You missed the funniest thing. It's 6.5 right now, 6.2K. The thing is, I opened up my my trading view that's logged into my NinjaTrader, and I fat fingered a 5 contract buy and immediately lost $200. So that was the funniest of the day. And that's the one thing you missed. Yeah.
Well,
And now we
dude,
just
that's
took
why we
this.
want you. You got to be trading on the. You have to go back to the. You need to get on Windows and get on the platform. I'm gonna
No,
if I'm gonna ask Marty this question, that's part of the deal.
I know. I have a Windows PC sitting in my hallway, actually. It arrived yesterday. So yeah, maybe we're gonna do
I
it. We're
know.
gonna
I'll
run
tell
it.
you what. For me, as a Windows user, going to a Mac is extremely difficult. I can't imagine a Mac user going to a Windows. It's just like totally different worlds. But all right, well, I think we're about that time. I think Marty is ready. Again, everyone, Kane, you're the best.
Appreciate you.
Looking forward to having you back next week. I know it wasn't the easiest of trading days, but again, we always love having you on. And everybody, make sure you hit the like button for Kane and follow what he's doing at the lab. I don't know how much you talked about it today. You know, I always like to give you props and credit for what you're doing. You know, I've talked with you a lot about it. You guys do an amazing job at the lab. I see you guys continue to grow. I'm happy for what you've been doing there and the success in your trading. And so, yeah, man, appreciate you, my brother, and I will see you next week.
Appreciate you, bro. See you next week. Have a good day, everyone.
See you, Kane. All right. All right, everyone. We are now live in the NinjaTrader studio in Naples, Florida, with the CEO of NinjaTrader, Marty Franchi. Marty, how you doing?
I'm good, man. What's up, Deli? How you living?
I'm living good, baby. Down here in the heat, man. When Marty got off the plane last night, I go, "Welcome to the heat, man. How hot is it here?"
You know, it was chilly in Chicago recently. Got off the plane, was dressed inappropriately for the heat and the humidity, but I'm loving it, man. It's sunny down here.
What do you think of the studio?
All right, so I haven't been here in a few months, and the remodel and the investment, and I'm like blown away. I'm totally blown away. Everyone involved did a fantastic job.
Thank
Love
you.
it.
Yeah, I mean, and we got the whole production team back there, and we got them in Austin, Texas. We got them, and everyone's been doing an unbelievable job. And thank you so much to the chat and everybody, each and every week for growing like we have been, Marty. I mean, we're over 131,000 now subscribers on YouTube. It's pretty cool. People love seeing live trading. People love NinjaTrader. How many users are on NinjaTrader?
So logged in last 12 months, just over 2 million.
Yeah, I knew the number, everybody, but I wanted to ask Marty. It's 2 million users, and we're a futures company. Isn't that incredible?
You know, if you had told me those numbers when I started this journey almost 17 years ago, I would have never believed it. But, the investments that we've made in the community and how it's grown, and the investments from exchanges and how the regulatory landscape has become more favorable to retail, which is something that NinjaTrader's advocated for forever, right? Is this isn't a product that's just for big banks and just for large institutions and prop shops. So everyone should be able to participate. And as products have gotten smaller, and as we've advocated and invested in all the things that we have, the community has gotten huge, man. And it's amazing to see the numbers. 2 million's is wild. And the other thing I'd say is it's growing fast. It really ultimately is just the beginning.
This is a special moment in futures right now, isn't it?
Completely. Everything's changing. Like I mentioned, there was moments in the past when I think that retail was dismissed. And that was kind of the mission that NinjaTrader was on, was to say, no, retail has a place. And whether it was working with exchanges on product innovation, whether it's working with regulators to advocate and working with industry groups like FIA, we've been pushing and like, we're never going to have enough time to explain it all in the show today. And I'm probably under so many non-disclosure agreements that I can only say so much. But yeah, this is a moment, and it's going to continue to evolve. And the people who are engaged in futures now, watching the stream now, they're going to be ahead of the curve as this continues to evolve.
I mean, the retail trader is a lot more sophisticated than people give it credit to, right, Marty?
100%. I mean, there was conversations even just a couple years ago talking about like dumb money and like retail that they know what they're doing. Like what retail traders do is some of the most sophisticated trading out there. And we've built the tools and the open platforms to be able to create, innovate, extend, test, whatever you want. But no, what our traders are doing, what the retail trading community is doing is incredibly impressive. And I think that has finally been acknowledged over the last 3-4 years across the industry, and it's changing quite a bit.
Talk to us about what NinjaTrader has done to evolve with the growth in retail trading and supplying them with all of the different tools that NinjaTrader offers for that level of sophistication. Because like we said, NinjaTrader can be for the very beginner trader and it can be for the sophisticated trader. I look at this platform, the reason I'm here is because it's really the only platform that I think from top to bottom, everyone can participate in using the platform. It's so robust. What are some new things that we have done that have really helped traders in their journey?
So I think starting from the beginning, you have this, let me go back like quite a bit. You used to have these large incumbent institutions who, if they offered futures, they were generally doing it because they wanted to just offer it to check a box. And then on the other side of the goalpost, you have futures only firms that were a lot of like kind of Chicago-based family-owned FCMs. And nobody was focused 100% on futures, 100% on retail. So NinjaTrader kind of came in right down the middle and said, we're going to do things quite differently. We initially were catering to professional traders, folks coming off of the floor, things like that, people moving from floor to screen. And as it's evolved, we've continued to like, not only from like specific ways to trade within the product, which we won't go into, but we decided a couple of years ago that we needed to create a more modern fintech experience for traders. And that was kind of more an accessibility play. We wanted to make sure people could open an account quickly. You didn't get frustrated with it taking 20 minutes and like piles of paperwork and all that. We did all that. But then we knew we needed to do this at scale. So we moved everything into the cloud. We went cross-platform from our flagship desktop product across web and mobile, and then integrating other platforms into the offering as well. We became kind of the first modern FCM catering to only futures and only retail. From there, what we've really been focused on is education and tools like risk management tools we have embedded in the platform to make sure that when traders are engaging in markets, they're doing it in like an intelligent and safe way. And we're tip of the iceberg there. Like there's so much more that we can do. We're building things like AI trading coaches and trader development journeys. And the other thing, when we've talked to the community, and it's what's awesome, something that's a superpower of NinjaTrader, is we can survey the community and ask them, what do you want? And what they've told us is we want more risk-free ways to engage and stay on the platform so we can kind of find our edge, right? And we provide white glove service, we provide free technology, we provide all the education, we make investments everywhere so that when you're ready to trade, you come in at the right time. Our call to action used to be, hey, welcome to our website, open an account. And what we've learned over the last several years is folks are not ready. So we're building all these complementary products to give you different ways to engage and kind of master your craft before you jump in.
It's so important.
Incredibly important.
I mean, the goal is to have traders not just come in for 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 1 year for careers. And that's the emphasis at NinjaTrader.
100%.
Yeah.
And we've seen that. We've seen people show up, not really know what they're doing, come from different asset classes, get excited about some of the benefits of futures, but haven't actually spent time in the markets. So like we have created, and there's more products coming. I can't quite talk about them, but like there's going to be ways where you can engage in the platform in perpetuity with live market data and like just really sit on the platform, engage with NT Live, engage with all the education that we're doing. And when you're ready, jump in, Yeah. And we're going to continue to work with exchanges on product innovation too. That's really important. You're going to see really cool stuff coming up with futurization of different asset classes and different things. Those products don't exist today. You're going to see things like nanoization. You're going to see the expansion of the binary event contracts complexes across different exchanges. There's startup exchanges that we're talking to. The incumbents, like the CME group, like they're getting really, really innovative, and it's really fun to watch. So stay tuned. Like we're behind the scenes, we're advocating for everybody, and real cool stuff's going to be coming out.
Yeah, that's where I was going to go next is into products. I'm glad you talked about it, but we've only got you for a couple minutes left. We got to talk about Kraken.
Yeah.
Right? We're going to get to Kane's question last, so don't worry, Kane. I'm going to ask the question for you. But talk to us post-Kraken acquisition. What's going on?
Yeah, so the Kraken acquisition is something we're incredibly excited about. One important thing to note for the community is NinjaTrader is going to remain an autonomous business unit. Nothing's going to change. Our plans, our investments, if anything, it'll amplify internally within NinjaTrader. I like to say our 4 to 5 year plan, we can compress that down into like 2 years. So you'll see accelerated investment. We'll be able to bring our experience that is really widely known, and we're licensed in the U.S. We're going to be able to use a licensing portfolio to bring NinjaTrader around the world. And at the right time, if the community is ready and wants it, and we think we can do it in a way that'd be beneficial, we'll go cross asset. So eventually you'll see things like spot crypto, you'll see equities and options on the platform. That's a little bit further out, because one of the things has, again, been our superpower is staying focused on futures. But if that's what that's what traders want, we'll bring it to them.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Yeah.
It gets real exciting. Last question, and we're going to go to Kane's question. Yeah. I mean, you know the question. If you guys didn't hear it, sold Kraken for a bunch of money, or Kraken bought NinjaTrader for a bunch of money. And, you know, what advice would you give to the young people out there post that acquisition coming into something like that?
Yeah, so I think we still can claim that it was the largest transaction between strategics of a crypto and a TradFi company. And it's really exciting to see the worlds of decentralized finance and traditional finance come together. This is going to be something very massive over the next several years, and it's great to be really at the tip of that. What I would tell people first, like, believe in yourself, get in over your skis. And if you can do one thing, is keep the customer first. You know, there's a lot of companies who do this, and we talk about when we make decisions, it's always through the lens of the consumer. If a customer is sitting at the table, and this is like an Amazon thing, if the customers are sitting at the table with you, they like what you're saying. And we take that to heart. So when we build things, we ask the customers what they want. If you keep the customer first, you're going to build a great business. Everything else will come together, and, you know, maybe you end up having a record-breaking transaction. Otherwise, just keep building a great business, and that's what we're trying to do here.
That's outstanding advice, because when you put the customer first, you know, good things happen. You know, and good things happen to good people. Marty, best leader in our space. We also have the best team in this space by far.
100%.
I don't think it's even comparable when you look across the futures industry. I've been in it for nearly 30 years, and your leadership and all the people that we have behind the scenes here. I love everybody. It's great.
I remember when we were a 30-person company. I can proudly say I think we're above 325 right now, trying to hire. I think we've got 50 positions we're trying to hire for, and as we wrap up our budgets right now, I think we'll probably get that into the hundreds. So for those interested in getting involved, we're hiring, baby.
Ninja's hiring. Marty, this was a blast. Hang tight. We're going to be bringing on Jason Shapiro here in just a minute with Jim Cagnina about COT data.
Awesome.
Just more things that we're adding to the NinjaTrader network, and a lot of good, more exciting things to come as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Awesome. Thanks, Deli. And tell Cags I said what's up.
That's right. All right, everybody. Hit the like button for Marty, CEO of NinjaTrader. Just a fantastic guy. And look at what NinjaTrader has built. It's incredible. I remember when I joined the team, it's just been... it's something special, and I'm very proud to be a part of it. Next up, let's bring in, we've got Jimmy Cagnina, and we are going to be bringing in my guy, Jason Shapiro. Hey, Jason, Jimmy, how are you guys?
Good. What's good?
Wow, that
How
was
are you, man?
Awesome conversation with Marty, man. Tell Marty I said, hey, appreciate seeing him engaging with us.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I know he can hear everything right now. He's sitting in the headset. He's tuning in, listening. You know, let's talk. Jason, I've got some requests. I mean, you know how much I love your work and everything you've been doing with Crowded Market Report. What are some of the key things, or when someone looks at COT data? Because I know that you and Jimmy have talked about it, and I love this segment. And I can't appreciate your time enough for coming with us, because you are really the man when it comes to COT data. What are some of the things that you can highlight that traders need to keep an eye on for understanding how to actually use COT data? And I know that you probably talked about this with Jimmy already, but some of this is new to people, and I think that it's important that they understand how to actually use this in a way for them to be effective in their trading.
You know, I think there's a number of different ways to use it, a number of different ways that different people use it. For me, it's about the fact that we're trying to measure if markets are too overcrowded, and therefore the risk reward has shifted. Participation is a big data point for whether or not, obviously, things are crowded. Participation for me is a big data point for whether or not markets are overbought, oversold. I don't really look at price things for that. I look at participation things for that. So where do we get participation? Well, the COT is obviously a participation piece of data. Shows where people are in fact positioned in the market. So for me, depending on how you trade, I am a turn picker. So I'm looking for markets to be very overcrowded on one side. In other words, speculators to be very, very short. And then I'm looking to get long. But if you are like, let's say, a trend follower, it can help with that too, because if you're long a trend and participation is starting to get very, very long, then I think it's easy to argue that the risk reward from that point is a lot lower than when there wasn't so much participation, right? So if you're a trend follower, it might be a good idea to say, hey, this thing's getting a little bit too crowded here. Maybe I should get out here. It can be used as a good exit strategy for trend following as well. Um, I think it's important to know that the commitments of traders is not some kind of magic bullet, right? I always look at it like it's a great risk manager, not necessarily a great predictor, but a great risk manager over time. I wouldn't make a trade, and I do not make a trade just because I see things are crowded. That for me just opens up a window as to where I could make a trade. Okay, so things are super crowded here.
Exactly.
So it's crowded short. So I'm looking to get long, but I'm not getting long just based on that. I'm getting long once the market kind of confirms that it can head the other way, you know? I think that's important with any kind of trading that you do. You should always wait for the market to confirm that your belief is right first, right? So I think that's what the commitments of traders can help people do.
Yeah, it does. And I hope everyone goes and subscribes to what Jason is doing. Make sure you follow Jason on Twitter, and his crowded market report is fantastic. It's helped me tremendously. I've had the great pleasure of getting to know Jason over the last couple of years. Look forward to your guys' segment every week. I hand it off to you two. Jason, thank you so much for answering that question for all the new people listening. And Jimmy, you're the best. I'll say hi to Marty for you, and I will see you guys later.
Great.
Thanks, Deli. Appreciate you, man. Jason, how you been, man?
Yeah, I'm okay, man.
It's good to hear. Summertime's rolling in. Hopefully, you're gonna enjoy some nicer weather.
I mean, the truth is, I've been praying for rain every day because I'm trying to grow my lawn, and I got to go out there and put the sprinklers on all the time. So I wish it would just start raining for a week or something like that, and then we could start summer.
Yeah, I hear you. I have a love-hate relationship with my lawn and the weeds, and trying not to poison myself by putting the poison on the lawn. It's a battle.
Yeah, I mean, I got a guy that does it, but he seeded it, and he can't come every day. So he's they texting me every. Did you water today? Did you water today? So I got to go. I don't have like my sprinkler system in my, so I have to go and move the sprinkler, every half hour or something like that. So.
Got it. Well, I wanted to start with the 10-year note. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of movement on the commitment to trader data over the last few weeks in this market. And I just wanted to just get your overall opinion. We talked about interest rates before. We talked about the Fed maybe not doing anything for a long period of time. And this is kind of the benchmark 10-year everyone likes to talk about. How do you feel about this particular 10-year futures notes?
Yeah, I mean, I think we spoke a little bit about it last week, but the issue with a lot of the interest rate futures right now is that there's a huge basis trade going on with the hedge funds where they are,
Yeah.
they whatever they do, they buy the off the run security and they sell the futures against it, and they make a very small amount of money doing that. So they lever it up a lot so that they can make more money doing it. And so in the futures contracts that is showing up, and it's kind of skewed the open interest data in the futures contracts. So, but having said that, even without taking that out, um, there's certainly, especially like in the 5 years, and if you look at the ultra 10-year futures, I don't know if you have those, but there has gotten to be a pretty big short interest in those markets here.
Well, let's pull up the Ultra bond, and just for those of you who don't know, it's a true 30-year bond, right? So the regular ZB, the one that I grew up in, and the floor of the Board of Trade way back in the day, The average duration of that portfolio is a little less than 30 years when you get to the end of it, but this one's more of a true 30-year. And let me just get this data posted for you here. So I've got a weekly chart up here with the COT data at the bottom, Jason.
Well, I would look at the ultra 10 years really where
Oh, okay.
the number
We
is.
could do that. We could do that too. It's a click of the button. We're in the September contract now, everybody. Remember, the financials have rolled forward from June to Sep. Oh, look at that. Wow. I haven't seen that before.
Yeah. So you've got speculators now super short that thing. Um, so again, does that mean that it's going to go up? It doesn't mean that necessarily, but it means the risk reward, I think, is that you certainly wouldn't want to be playing from the short side here. And if you can get some kind of good market confirmation, you could think about getting long the thing here. You know,
Yeah, so
both-
if you're new watching this thing, these blue histogram bars, these are called the large speculators, right? These are people who have large positions that have to report. The commercial, these are more the hedgers and the users and the banks. That's that orange histogram bar at the top. So the commercials are net long and the specs are net short. And this is kind of a steep move down over the last several weeks here.
yeah, well, the macro narrative has become very, I think, skewed towards, both bonds and the US dollar being bad here. So people have gotten very short this stuff.
Yeah, and it begs the question, a lot of people, we were talking about this earlier too, with the 30-year, regular 30-year bond is the bottom in, right? Is this the buy of the century or not? And this is suggesting maybe the opposite for this particular market.
I don't know if it means it's a buy of the century, but it means it could be good risk reward long for a little bit here. These things tend to last, 3 to 6 months type of thing. So I don't know if it'll last the whole century, but if in fact the 10 years were to start moving higher again, and then you could bet those shorts would start getting out, and then this wouldn't be so skewed anymore, and the risk reward will skew back. But for now, that's certainly where we are.
Yeah, and I know this isn't a direct correlation of anything, but that we're tracking the Fed funds, CME Group's Fed funds prediction tool, and they're like nowhere near. They keep kicking the can down the road in terms of an expectation of a rate cut. It's maybe to this calendar year. And this has been I don't know, this has been a multi-month, maybe multi-year phenomenon where everyone's expecting these rate cuts and they never happen.
I mean, we can get into that thought process if you want to, but to me, it's the whole thought of a rate cut is semi-ridiculous at this point. So why would you cut rates here? I just don't know.
Well, you get the people on Capitol Hill screaming for a rate cut. Got a lot of pressure.
I don't think that the Fed kowtows to those people, and if they do, then we're all in trouble. But it doesn't make on so many levels cutting rates doesn't make any sense, and the people on Capitol Hill don't know anything about markets, and for the most part, or about economics for that matter. So them pushing for rate cuts is one of the dumbest things, really, I think, out there right now in the market. What are they pushing for rate cuts for? What does that accomplish? Can someone explain that to me? It lowers mortgage rates. Is that the theory? And they want mortgage rates to go lower so more people can afford houses. Cutting rates does not lower mortgage rates. Cutting rates lowers the short, the Fed funds rate. Mortgage rates will be determined by the market. And if you cut rates when there's no reason to cut rates, you better believe the market understands that. And I would be willing to bet that 10 years would go higher. The interest rate would go higher, not lower if they cut rates, which is exactly what happened the last time they cut rates, by the way. Um, so to me, it's the most ridiculous thing there is. If you're having a problem attracting people, which I don't know if they are, but this is the mantra. This is what people are saying. If they're having problems attracting people to get into US dollars and use those US dollars to buy treasury bonds, does offering them a lower interest rate to do that incentivize them to buy more bonds? I don't think it does. You
No.
want to incentivize them to buy more bonds, offer them a higher interest rate. That's what's going to incentivize them to buy more bonds, right? These people, quite frankly, are going to need to raise rates at some point, and we're so far from anyone understanding, I think, or believing that. Um, I just think that whole macro thing right now is about cutting rates is just absolutely silly.
Yeah. All right, well, let's move on. Last week we talked about, and we do have a request for copper, but before we get to copper, hang tight. We'll get to copper in a second. I did want to revisit the yen. We talked about the yen last time. Yen's been in the news a lot the last couple of days. But right now, again, I don't see a lot of movement on the week-to-week basis here in the COT.
No, people are still way too long, yeah. Um, there's no question about that. So it kind of topped a few weeks ago, and it's been holding. The yen has actually performed to this point a lot better than I thought it would have. Um, while holding those highs, yes, but the way that other assets rebounded and the way that the yen was trading with other assets in April, I would have thought the yen would have rebounded a lot more to this point, but it hasn't. Like I said, the COT is not some kind of magic bullet. But certainly if you were trend following long yen, this would have gave you some warning here to at least lighten your position or think about getting out of your position. And yeah, there's that's still the most crowded trade out there. But it's hard because I would say in if there's such a thing as normal times, um, this would be great. But I don't know that we're necessarily in normal dollar times here. You know, so people are long yen, so people are short dollar in the futures market. But the amount that people in the world are long dollars, relative to this positioning in the futures market, the long dollar position in the world obviously trumps any kind of futures hedging that you'll ever see here. So it's harder. I have had some very good trades, even in the last year, buying dollar, but it's harder, I think, for this stuff when you are buying dollar and short of these currencies than the other way around, because you could say, oh, people are super long yen, super short dollar, but again, on a global basis, people are not super short dollar. People are very, very long dollars because they've been 40 to 50 years that the whole world has you know, been buying dollars, right? So maybe that's why the yen hasn't done what I thought it would do here. I don't know. But anyway, yes, the yen is if we're in normal times, the yen is certainly way overowned here in the futures.
Well, that kind of makes sense. If you just look at the last 6 weeks worth of candles. Remember, folks, this is a weekly chart. There's 5 out of 6 the candles are down candles, right? And these, think about a whole week of price action. So that makes a little bit of sense what you just said.
Yeah, I mean, it's working. It just doesn't really, like I say, I'm a little nervous because it's not working through these things that I thought it would have. But hey, you never know when it starts. That's the other thing about this stuff is even there's plenty of trades that don't work, but even when they do work, to know the path is very difficult. I've had I don't know how many thousands of trades, and it seems like the path of each one ends up being different. Sometimes it goes right in our favor and just never gives us any heat, and it does great. Sometimes it takes a long time to turn because the fundamentals, a bit like you think about the yen story, fundamentals are so in their favor macro wise that sometimes it takes, every time it dips, people will buy it. It dips, they buy it. So it takes a long time for the turn to develop. So, and the COT doesn't help you determine the path from what I have found, but it can get you on the right side, at least kind of on risk reward basis in particular.
All right, I'm going to toggle over to copper here. It's going to take a second for the data to pop in here. I did not look at this morning. Dr. Copper, as we refer to this particular futures contract. I have the July contract up. I think that's correct. Yeah, I mean, do you notice anything about this market?
There's nothing so special here. You know, by definition, markets are not going to be crowded most of the time, right? Which is why I trade across a 37 markets because I'm looking for which ones are crowded. You can see back, if you go back earlier in that chart where you could see it was super crowded, right?
Yeah.
Right back there. And that ended up being right where the top was. And then it went down to neutral. And that's where, for me, I would have covered that trade. I would have got short up there. And when it went to neutral, a couple months later over there, I would have been covering. That was,
Okay, so
that was
so this is yeah, this is a great example of what you're talking about, right? So we have this huge increase in the large specs getting long. They're net long, they're more net long, they're more net long, and it gets crowded, as you would say. And then if this is the trigger, right? Then boom, all right, let's get short here because we know what's going to happen. It's going to well, we think we know what's going to happen.
with
Uh,
that nice reversal candle. Now, I don't trade on weekly reversal candles, but somewhere in there would have been a daily reversal candle,
yeah.
probably on what was seen as good news for copper. And there's the trigger. So you get short there. For me, my trading process, and I would be short against that new high. And then I either get stopped if it goes to the new high, or I wait for this stuff to go back to neutral and I cover.
Yeah. So you got short on good news, you got short on reversal candle, and you got short when these histogram bars are so big. Those are three criteria. Boom, this might be a good idea.
Right. Good risk reward idea. And then
Got it.
cover it when it goes back to neutral because the edge was that they were too long. So now that they're not too long anymore, the edge is gone. So cover it.
Yep, got it. All right, all right. I hope that helped. I forgot who asked that in the chat. Appreciate you asking for that. I'm not going to scroll up and try to figure it out, but Don asks, is the commitment to trader indicator available on? Yes, this is resident to the platform, guys. You just add it to your chart. It's in the indicator section. It's really easy to do. All right. Any other? I was going to go to gold and then equities, unless you have one that you got your eye on.
No, the yen is really the biggest one right now. NASDAQ also, I think, is an interesting one.
Let's pull up the micro. We'll pull up the classic NASDAQ, the big size contract. That might be a little better for COT, right? Because that's where probably the big positions are.
So,
Okay.
you can see the red, the commercials. This is the least short that they have been in quite some time, right? The COT game becomes a relative game. Um, so relative to this whole history here, this is the least short commercials have been, which means um, it's the least long because the commercial will equal the speculator, equal and opposite the positioning of the speculators. So the least long that speculators have been. So that combined with the fact that we see things like hedge fund net positioning in NASDAQ has come down massively. This, I think, coincides with that. This confirms that. We see what I believe to be continued bearishness in the market from a macro perspective. The macro people hate this market. They're very bearish. Um, and that plus the price action, which clearly, April whipped a lot of people out of these stocks, right? Um, and now they're underweight, and now the market is rallying in their face, and they haven't chased it here. So I think until they chase it here, it's probably a good idea to stay long.
Okay. And then when the chase happens, we're going to see the histogram bars expand. And then, again, when we get that move on bad news, it's time to reverse.
I mean, let all that happen. We don't know what the histogram bars do. Sometimes, traditionally, you would think that the blue and the speculators would chase the market higher as the trend continues, but sometimes not. Sometimes they sell into it. Look what they did the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks, right? They've
Yeah.
sold into this rally, right? So we don't know what they're going to do, but we wait and see what they are doing, and then and react to it like that.
Got it. All right, we'll keep an eye on this for sure. I mean, just technically, I got moving average crosses going up. We have this whole euphoria going on about, equities are back, and this whole tariff talk is, it's going to taper off sooner or later, which is supposed to be bullish for stocks. Nvidia is supposed to have a great, earnings announcement today. All these things are kind of like possibly provide a contrarian picture.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't read people as being overly bullish here.
Got it. All right, all right. All right. So
Hmm.
let's keep rolling here. You have a couple, could you spend a couple more minutes with us?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's go back down to the metals though. We'll just kind of pop around a little bit. Let's go back to gold. Um, and see if there's anything there cooking. We have a lot of, just from a technical analysis point of view, seems to have a lot of resistance up here. And we keep bumping up against this 3350 area on the futures markets. But again, kind of sideways action on the COT. I mean, the commercials are still pretty much the same net short that they have been for at least 4 weeks, if not longer. And then the same with the large specs being net long for the last 4 weeks, almost like a flat line.
Yeah, again, you got to remember the COT. Gold is the perfect example. This is a relative thing. The speculators never get, well, I won't say never, but maybe once a decade, get net short gold because the commercials are never getting net long gold. The commercials are gold miners. They're not really getting net long. They're selling futures contracts against their future, production, right? So if they're going to be net short, then speculators by definition have to be net long because it all balances out. But on a relative basis, you can see this has been a surprising one. Ever since, what month is that? February. These speculators have been selling into this gold rally from there, right there. Normally you wouldn't see that. Normally you would see them chasing the market higher, but they have been selling it into it. So to me, that means there is still fuel to the bullish fire in gold. And again, if I'm a trend follower and I'm long gold and I'm looking at this, I am a lot less nervous than I would be otherwise, right? That this can help me to stick with the position. I could say, look, it's not crowded. There's a lot more buying out there that could be done, right? So therefore, I'm much more comfortable sticking with my gold long.
Yeah, I mean, back in February, the specs were long 306,000 contracts. Last report is down to 165. It's almost half off, right? 165,000 contracts. So you're right. I mean, that trend line it's a loosely fitting trend line I put on, but that it tells the story.
Yeah, I mean, they're for reasons that I don't know or even pretend to understand, the speculators are more getting out of long gold than they are getting into it, which surprises me given sort of the macro narrative out there. But like I say, I don't argue with the data. The data is the data, I can sit here and come up with reasons why I think it's doing that, but it's not really relevant. The data is the data. So, in other words, if one were looking to be long gold, then certainly this helps. This helps you be less nervous about being so.
Yeah. In the meantime, Peter Schiff has a booth at the biggest Bitcoin conference right now doing videos, making fun of his neighbors in the other booths. I don't know if you follow Peter.
I do not, but I'm glad he's having fun.
He's a perma bull in gold.
Okay, well, that's done him well.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's see here. What are we at? Let's shoot over to crude while we're here. I believe July crude is still a front month. Let's see if there's any changes in the crude market right now. Again, I mean, we see a couple, 3 weeks worth of baby candles. When I say baby candles, small body candles was, relatively big wicks compared to the bodies, suggesting to me anyway, a little bit of a combination of market happiness and and market uncertainty. And that, I don't know if I'm reading anything into the COT data right now.
No, it's pretty neutral, but again, you can see, go back to that. Yeah, I mean, there was the top, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's weekly again, but reversal candle, speculators way long. There's the risk reward trade.
Yeah, this is another great example. All right. That's it. We have a reversal candle here. I don't know if that's a gravestone doji or falling star or whatever it is, but big seller's wick pushes back down. We have a peak on the COT from the previous week. And then sure enough, the sell-off happened. Again, I could draw that loosely fitting trend line right now to kind of see where that, I don't know if it ended, I don't know if it ended yet or not, but that's a big difference.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, I don't know that well, I know that COT does not capture everything, but at the end of the day, the market is driven by buying and selling, right? So here you have people have bought a lot. The market starts to go down the other way, and lo and behold, they have to start selling, and that pushes the market down. I mean, it's really that simple. The whole positioning argument is really that simple, you know?
Yeah. Once you're long, you're a seller. Once you're short, you're a buyer. As
That's
soon as
it.
it happens. Yeah.
That's, so that's
All
what
right.
can be so valuable using this data, and
Yeah.
how, quite frankly, very valuable for my trading purposes.
I'm just going to throw down nat gas. Then I want to look at wheat if we got some time. Let's just let this data populate right now. Nat gas market's one of those where we really need Tracy to explain to us what's going on. But um, again, it just seems like right now we're kind of flatlining here.
Yeah. I mean, there's an example again. Go back to November, you know, and look what the
Yeah.
market after that. There was sort of that reversal week there, the week before that. And then the market, went up a lot and then it went back to neutral and then it stopped going up, because now there's no push or pull either way, because the positioning is neutral, right? So the market's going to go somewhere, it's either going to go up or down. If it starts going up a lot, and they'll probably get too long again, and it'll be, time to think about shorting it. And if it starts to go down a lot, then they'll probably get too short again, and can start thinking about getting long. But for now, it's the positioning is neutral. But again, there's a good example of just in a very general short view where they got too short, and then the market went up, and then they went neutral, and it stopped going up.
Right. So this is the mirror image of what we just saw, right? We have the large specs getting shorter, 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 shorter. Boom. We had that reversal, and then the market took off, and everybody's got, probably some traders were stuck here too.
Well, they are stuck. That's just it. And then you see them getting, they were getting shorter, shorter, shorter. Then the market started going up, and they started covering their shorts, covering their shorts, covering their shorts. And one is the other. It's
Yeah.
going up because they are covering their shorts, right?
Right. 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 Totally. I like that. All right. All right. I'm just going to keep rolling here, man. If you could hang with me, I'm going to go over to silver right now and see what the silver market's doing. Let's let this data pop in here. I've got this chart ate my fib line. I haven't seen this in a little while, but let's take a peek here and get my histogram bars up there as well. Yeah, so I'm seeing the same thing. Kind of consolidation right now. Not a lot of movement in the COT.
Yeah, no, it's pretty similar to the gold thing.
Yeah, yeah. Very, very interesting. All right, well, let's keep rolling, man. Let's go. Let's check out the euro. The euro US cross. And this is going to have to improve a little bit more because I am going to Italy in September, and I want to get some value out of my dollar. So how does this? Oh, well, this is an interesting kind of chart too because we've had a lot of specs buying on the way up.
Yep,
Uh, hedgers are selling on the way down.
yep. And we're getting a little bit extended there. And there we have, again, some kind of reversal week there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 weeks ago,
Yeah.
right there. And then, and here we go. And again, not every one of these trades is going to work. Okay. But it gives you really good risk reward because if it goes back to, if for me, I'm a turn picker. If it goes back through the high, well, then I stop out, and I see where the positioning is and I wait to go again. But this is sort of the same as again. Has it worked? It's worked, but it hasn't worked great to this point. It hasn't worked to the extent that I would have thought it would have worked, given everything else. But the game's not over yet. Let's see.
Well, but we just saw this chart, right? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 6 red candles. right? And only one green one right here. And this is going to be a news-driven candle, most likely,
Yeah.
based on this crazy news cycle we're getting. So this could be coming back to reality right now. And these blue histogram bars, it'll be interesting to see if we have a lower one next week, suggesting, all right, people are like, longs are like, all right, I've had enough of this, I'm getting out. And if it continues to push it down.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I can say that the bearish dollar narrative is just, in my view, has just gotten a little bit crazy here. And that's what's showing up in the positioning as well. But I turn on the TV and they interview people on CNBC or whatever, and almost every single interview, they're talking about weak dollar. These people
Yeah.
they very rarely focus on dollar on these shows. And now it's like almost every single interview it's talking about that. They're not talking about if the dollar is going to go down. All they talk about is who benefits from a weaker dollar, because they're mostly stock pickers, these people. So what stocks benefit from a weaker dollar? That's all they talk about, every single one of them. What stocks benefit from a weaker dollar? The weaker dollar narrative is way out there now. And as you can see, both in the yen and the euro, it's showing up in the positioning. So again, I would be hesitant to be to be long euro here.
Yeah,
If
no, I'm with you in that. I agree. It's for the folks on TV, it's always fun to talk about, well, the US dollar is going to lose its primacy to another currency. It'll no longer be the world's reserve currency. And it gives you an extra 20 minutes in the hot seat to talk to a guest about it. You know?
Well, they're talking about that now, right? But in the beginning of the year, in December, January, all they were talking about was how the dollar was everything, right? It was even on the cover of The Economist, the strong U.S. dollar and how it's just unshakable and unbeatable, right?
Yeah,
And um, and you can see the COT where it was then too, right? Let me just go back
yeah,
to the year though, and you had the same thing. The commercials
yeah,
long, speculators short, and then there was a reversal week, go a couple weeks down. There was a reversal week, and we never
yeah,
really looked back from there. So same type of thing. And the psychology and the narrative back then, I can tell you, was incredibly different than the psychology and the narrative is now on the dollar. They loved dollar back at the beginning of the year, and now they hate it. So
yeah.
I
Uh,
think that switches the risk reward.
all right, so let's roll in some grains here. Let's go to the wheat. Wheat is, well, we have an awful lot of awful lot of shorts. Large specs are short, an awful lot here in the last several weeks.
They sure have. And there's another one. I don't even look at weekly charts, but there's a weekly chart reversal right when this stuff got super crowded.
Right there.
Yeah,
Yep. Yep.
that's the
That
idea.
was a great. Yeah. So in this case, again, I think last week kind of skewed a lot of this data because of the crazy news that came out. We see these trends that are pretty regularly, we in an ordinary world. I guess it's never an ordinary world, so I don't know what that means even. But you get these trends that are nice that last a long time, but now when you get this weird, crazy news that you didn't unplanned news, I like to call it, that just kind of materializes on the internet. You get these dislocation candles, and I'm not saying that's the case here for wheat, because of all the moving parts with wheat, but it just to me the trend does look down right now.
Well, sure. I mean, for speculators to get max short and commercials get max long, it's always going to be, not always, but most of the time going to be in a downtrend, right? Nothing like markets going down to get people short, right? But then when they get overly extended short, that's when you get a good chance of a reversal.
Yeah.
And you can see it
Right.
got overly extended. Um, I mean, you could argue that back in February it did. And then look at the rally that happened in February, and then it went back to neutral. But again, you can use this not just for picking turns. You can use this if you're a trend follower. I would argue that back in, without the benefit of knowing what the data looks like now, if you go back and we were looking at the data in February,
Yeah.
uh, you would have said to yourself, hey, people have gotten a little bit too short here. it's probably a good time for me to take some of my wheat trend following shorts off, right? And that would have been beneficial.
Yeah, I mean that's a great example right there. The week of January, the last week of January, early February. All right, let's keep rolling. Let's go to corn. I think we are in July corn. Let's pull this up here. Oh no, this looks interesting to me. Well, it looks like everyone's moving to neutral here in corn.
Yeah, they've come way off. And again, look how long they were back then, right?
Yeah.
Reversal candle. I mean, we didn't plan on showing these charts. We didn't talk beforehand what charts we were going to show or anything. But seems like, like I say, I never even looked at these charts because I don't look at weekly charts. But you know, how many times we have to see the same thing? They got super long, weekly reversal candle. And let's be honest, go 3 weeks before that, there was a weekly reversal candle. And this right there, right, that red one, the one after that, there was a weekly
okay.
reversal candle when things looked like they were very long corn, and it still made new highs. So, okay, if you
Yeah.
put a trade on there, you got stopped out. Okay, you take your stop, and then you got another one, and you get it there, right?
Yeah.
You would be out of that trade now anyway because it's gone neutral, right? But a decent trade. I don't know what those levels are. I can't really see them, but from where to where corn went in that period.
Oh, price wise, yeah. I mean, if you just take a look at this reversal candle, we're at $5.18, and now we're tracking 454.
Right, so not a bad trade, 10% trade in your favor kind of thing.
Yeah,
You
for sure.
out at this point, but at least in the
Now,
month.
if you don't have a position right now in this market, you're just you have your hands in your pocket, right? You're not gonna open one, or are you?
No, I got nothing to do there. Just waiting.
Yeah.
Waiting for it to make it up its mind, waiting for everybody to make up their mind. I would love if it kept going down personally and they shorted more and they got super short and I could get long. Um, but I don't know what they're gonna do.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get soybeans up here while we're at it. I'm gonna try to get you a little bit longer, Jason. Sorry about that. Let's get soybeans up.
There's nothing really too interesting there, but you know what? If you pull up meal, you can pull up soy meal and soy oil.
Let's pull up meal.
I can
I
go.
think that's ZM, right? Maybe.
So you can see where they're getting short soy meal there,
Yep, right here.
right? And if you pull up soy oil,
All right, you're gonna have to give me the symbol here. Let's see. Is it ZL maybe?
oh yeah,
There we go. Oh, look at that.
you see where they've gotten long there.
Yeah.
So that could be a good like, sort of pairs trade. You can short the oil, buy the meal type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Could be like a good you know, risk reward pairs trade there. Which it's always nice to have a long for a short. It doesn't always allow for it, but in this particular case, it does allow for it.
Yeah, intermarket spread. That's a common spread, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, even going back here again, histogram bar. Large specs are usually long on this, and then we have a big red bar. We have big selling, right? So they got stuck. They had to get out, drove the price all the way back down to neutral, which got us down to 395.
All right, went back up. Now they've gotten long again. There's another reversal candle thing 3 weeks ago. And now they're starting to get out of those longs again.
Jason, I'm starting to get this, man. I'm starting to get into it.
I mean, it's not rocket science. Hold on 1 second. Hey, let me call you back in 2 minutes. Thanks. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
I mean, it's not really the theory of it is not rocket science. Everyone gets too long, you look to get short. Everyone gets too short, you look to get long.
Yeah.
In practice, it's a little harder than that. Because like I say, people can stay long. We've had some pretty good examples here randomly on this, but people could stay longer than you would want them to. So you need to wait for the market to confirm, like I always say, and how to do that. And what we're looking for confirmation on things like that is a whole nother sort of art, which is something that we focus a lot on, obviously on my Discord and on the crowded market report stuff. It's really what we do there. But understand the basic concept that people are too long, so the risk reward is to go short, or people are too short, so the risk reward is to go long. That's not that hard of a thing. But yeah, it's just funny that we're scrolling through these charts and you can just see it pretty clearly. And again,
Yeah.
we're looking at stuff in retrospect. Even if you look at that one that you have up, okay, there was a top in whatever that is, November, when
Yeah.
when they were super long and it topped. But if you go to the week before, or even 2 weeks before, 3 weeks before, at that time, that looked like they were super long too, right? We have the benefit now of being, oh, well, look, 3 weeks later, they got even longer, but we didn't know that at that time that that's what they were going to do, right? Giving us the benefit of retrospect. But having said that, if you look, even at that time, there was no market confirmation to get short anyway. So, we wait. So it's a combination of all of these things, and kind of knowing how this data works over time, and waiting for the market to confirm, and
Right.
it's a combination of all this.
Yeah. So if you get in here, you're going to take a lot of heat, right? You're going to take a lot of heat. Alternatively, if you waited, oops, I didn't want to do that, Jim. What are you doing? Hang on a second. I'm messing up my chart here. Hang on a second, Jason. Let's go to ellipse. If you waited, right, you waited to here, and you're like, all right, there's a reversal bar. If you look at a daily, there's going to be you're going to get some confirmation somewhere in here on the daily when you get to it, right? And
Right.
that's the trigger.
Right. And you could see that even though these are weekly bars, there probably wasn't any confirmation in those other weeks, because the thing was just going straight up, right? So
Yeah.
while it would have looked crowded back then, okay, but we know to wait until the market tells us when, then you wouldn't have gotten in any trouble there.
Right. Right. All right. So I know you got to return a phone call. What's the best way for people to find you, Jason?
I mean, the best thing to do is check out our website, crowdedmarketreport.com, and that can point you to all of our different things. YouTube, I do a lot of YouTube videos. Twitter thing, I've been on Twitter a little bit less recently because I'm not really enjoying the Twitter verse so much. But we are on there. But I would go to the webpage first, and I can point you to all the different places.
All right, Crowded Market Report. If you're on social or any of the streaming, just kind of type that in the search. You'll find Jason. Has a whole bunch of content up there. Definitely worth it. Hendrik asks, could I share my settings in the commitment to trader? Hang on real quick, Jason. Let me just do that for you. I'm going to right click, and I'm going to go to indicators on the desktop. And okay, so this is actually a custom indicator. I forgot. If you guys want this one, the one that I'm showing, send an email to learn@ninjatrader.com. This is a Mike Burke special. He made it pretty for us. If you don't want to do that, then there's in the available indicators, this is native in the platform. It says COT. So you just select that COT, and then you could customize it however you want. Mike Burke already did it for us. If you want my view, if you want to customize it differently, that's fine. And it's pretty easy to customize as well, right? Native. Just look for COT, commitment to traders, and you got it. All right. Jason, I am going to thank you for being with us today. I'm going to just do a quick wrap up. So I wanted to thank you, and looking forward to talking to you again next week.
Awesome, man. Thanks.
All right. Take care. All right, everybody. Good stuff as usual from Mr. Shapiro. Let's just take a look really quickly. I want to go to an intraday chart. We got a couple minutes here before the end of the morning session. I do want to remind everybody that this afternoon we have, I'm double checking my cheat sheet. We had Nick for a tick, and we've got XYZ trading the close. And right before that, of course, as usual, we're going to have our senior economist join me for hot commodity segment at 2:30. So hopefully we'll see you this afternoon. But let's just take a look at some of these levels here and think about what's going on in the E-mini S&P today. I know a lot of you guys are trading it. And again, the first thing I'm looking at is what is the daily range so far? High to low, 38.5 points, way off the daily ATR, which is like 100. So, and my ATR is measured on a 14 period. So it's kind of a small range today, but really range bound. The session volume profile is not that great. I mean, we see almost a wall of volume. We really don't see a peak. Yeah, we got a prominent point of control right here, approximately 59.18. That's where we're trading at right now, but it's not that prominent, right? It's not too far off from this peak. It's not too far off from this Jack's 3 level at 59.25. So there's no clear winner yet, other than we're pretty tight. Now we are trading at the bottom of the value area. That's where that point of control is, and you can see we wick through to that pivot. Pivot's holding a support so far. We did wick through it once. It looks like it's going to try to break through again. On the downside, you have a whole bunch of targets, right? We have Jack's 4. That's that gamma exposure level 4, 59.10. Below that, Jack's 1, which is an even number, which makes sense. You know, a lot of times these Jack 1 numbers are at even numbers because that's how a lot of the options pricing works. That's at 5,900 on target on the downside. Even further down, if we do break out of this range, S1 is in play, and that's at 58.88. Mentor Q's 1-day min right now, 58.78. And that's a PAX line, probably 58.7. Now, that might be a Tracy line, actually. I can't remember. But below that, previous session's lows is way down here. This is kind of like shows you what I mean by the ATR, which this is really big, right? This looks like a really far away, right? 58.62. Well, in the scheme of things, it's not that far away, right? It's what, 40, 52 points handles. And I like to think in terms of 52, 50 point increments with the E-mini S&P. All right, so that's going to wrap up this morning's session. Appreciate everybody being here today. Appreciate everybody participating in the chat in this great community. You guys are making it a great community, not us, by being with us. Everyone's been helpful, helping each other. High tides lift all boats, and so we know that, and we appreciate you guys all being here. And thank you, David. I appreciate you. Having said all that, folks, we'll see you this afternoon, 2:30 East Coast time. Join me and Shai. Hot Commodities Report. In the meantime, have a great lunch. Get some rest.